Okay, here we are again. Hello, hi, we're live. It is Wednesday, June 17th, 2026. And I plan today to talk about, oh man, we're still doing the bricks and minifigs investigation. Now, there's some other stuff going on today on cases that I follow, but I may throw videos up on That Surprise Witness about that. For example, I think Aunt Heffy has a hearing today, and so does David Anthony Burke. But like I said, I might throw some videos up on That Surprise Witness on those things. Um, the plan today is to talk about. Oh, let me close this spreadsheet. The plan today is to talk about like an isolated aspect of this case, specifically the American Fork Police Department, the search warrant of the Airbnb that Ben was staying at, and all of that, the stolen Lego, all of that. So that's where we left off yesterday, talking about there's a few questions, research questions, investigation questions, if you will, that I have outstanding, I mean, a bunch that I have outstanding, but yesterday I was trying to find more evidence and more structure to the timeline around the store takeover, specifically because I'm trying to figure out who was the right person or entity to be sued. So today we're going to be talking about that search warrant. We left off yesterday. One of the things we left off yesterday talking about as well, that was kind of unresolved, had to do with this search warrant or this raid. Some people have been calling it a swatting incident, which I can see why. It was pretty terrifying. But people were telling me about, the Airbnb owner. We looked up who owned that in the public record, and all of that. And so that's what we're going to be getting into today. I looked into the judge who signed off on that warrant. The warrant appears to be unconstitutional, in my opinion, to me. We're going to get into that. However, first, as I was logging in, I swear, I'm one of these days I'm going to be able to get on here on time, but LLC by LLC. As I was about to click go live on this video today, somebody, and y'all are commenting kind of fast, so I don't know if I'll be able to find it. It's kind of difficult to find stuff in here, but somebody tipped me off to this. So shout out to whoever did say this. I'm kind of scrolling to see if I can find it. Because I want to give credit where it's due, but I don't. Yes, thank you. Plants and insects. It was plants and insects. Wait, that's not it. Hold on. This. Arthur McComber is being removed from Fortress Wealth LLC as of June 12th, 2026. I had no idea about this until moments ago. Just to remind you, who is that? It's this guy. Remember, we did, during a live investigation the other day, we did talk about him, and he is the former federal agent for the FBI, former special agent Art McComber. And he's been going all around to these summits, or is it conferences, or is it whatever it is. He's was listed as the co-owner along with this one right here. Hold on, this isn't actually him. This is a different thing. This is just notes. This is not, and nothing here is supposed to be taken as a fact. This is just how I keep my thoughts organized. But here's him right here, right? So he was listed as an owner on that website at some point of the Fortress Management, and so was this guy. And then at some point they took Joshua Johnson off the website for Fortress Management, and they just kept Art McComber on there, former special agent Art. Yesterday, we also spoke about, this was a big topic yesterday, how that website is no longer there, but if we access it through the Wayback Machine, archive.org, you can find it. Fortress Management does have, or did in the past have, Josh. So this is also a Legally Mine affiliate. He was the lead educator for Legally Mine by 2015. He worked for Legally Mine or with Legally Mine between 2013 and 2015. We talked about all this already. I'm just kind of refreshing your recollection. Now, Fortress Management does appear to work as, quote, exclusive partners with Fortune Law Firm, of which Joshua Johnson does seem to be affiliated and associated with, and he has no problem telling the police that he works at a law firm. So I'm assuming that's the law firm he's talking about. Okay. So I made a live stream, live investigation based on public records, as I do, the other day. Today is Wednesday, June 17th. And, stuff's been getting deleted. Stuff's been getting taken down. Stuff's been getting rearranged. People have been going missing from websites. And I wanted to remind you that the day we talked about this Fortune law firm and the Fortress it's not magazine.
So no,
Managers
no.
Was on June 12th, 2026. That's the day I talked about Fortress Management, Fortune Law, and Josh Johnson, right? And then we kind of talked about former Special Agent Art McComber and all of that. Well, guess what else happened? Guess what else happened on that day? If you go into Fortress, okay, so I typed in Fortress Wealth based on a tip that I got right here from Plants and Insects publicly. Fortress Wealth, that's what I typed in. And all of these, as you can see, are either expired or inactive, except one, which is this one, current. So that's the one I went to. I clicked on it, Fortress Wealth. And the name of the registered agent is Elisa Hoff, Joshua Aaron Johnson, and Arthur Fisk McComber. These are the members. This is a public record, public information. And then if you go into the filing history, you surely will see June 12th at 3:43 p.m. there was a resignation of a registered agent. That the same day that I did my live stream about Fortress Management, they were changing up paperwork. This is starting to look like it's like a little bit of a pattern. Every time somebody starts talking about one of these businesses, then the businesses start getting all kinds of changes being made to them, whether it be to close them down, open them back up, reinstate them, change an agent. So I did go ahead and download that document. I want to show it to y'all. Here's the document. Oh, wait, hold on, not 12/17. I need to change the date on this. Hold on. Okay. Fortress Wealth, LLC. Effective date as of this, thing. Why is this doing this? I hate this. Starts doing this. I don't know why that does that. Fortress Wealth LLC, effective date June 12th, 2026 at 3:43 p.m. Arthur McComber of Vineyard, Utah. I did redact the addresses off of here, even though it is a public record that they filed publicly on their own accord, seemingly. And then they just changed the registered agent. Now, what is the registered agent? It's short for Registered Agent for Service of Process. This means who gets the lawsuit when somebody decides to sue. Anyway, not who gets sued, but who takes, who will accept service on the behalf of the corporation or the company or whatever, right? The entity and all that. So the registered agent for service of process was Art McComber, and then that got changed. On what a coincidence. On the exact same day that I was talking about Fortress Management, Josh Johnson, and why? Why were we even looking into that in the first place? Because Josh Johnson lists, or has listed in the past, that he was an owner. He was an owner of Fortress Management, but he was also doing stuff with Fortune Law, and all of this stuff was going on at the same time that he was claiming to be a co-owner of a Bricks and a Minifigs store. And I'm just trying to figure out how he has so much special treatment and special pull. And then come to find out, there's a former special agent from the FBI that co-owns seemingly a financial management firm or something. Now I should go and see if he's some type of broker. But this guy, I mean, he was supposedly a former FBI special agent. He supposedly also has listed himself as a doctor, which I find to be very confusing. There's one place where he was listed as a doctor. They're watching me. Well, look, who watches the watchers watching the watchers? I guess the watchers. The watchers are watching the watchers who watch the watchers. Anyway, yeah, Outer Darkness Coming to Light, LLC, girl. Are they trying to play a shell game? I don't think so. I think this guy is trying to back away, but it's like all of y'all meaning them, they want to benefit from associating with these people when it's beneficial. But then whenever it might be bringing some heat because of the absolute and total tyranny and unlawful, unconstitutional corruption that is rotting the inside of American Fork Police Department and permeating out into the village, then they want to distance themselves. Got it. Okay. So, hi FBI, welcome to the show. Former FBI, current FBI, whoever's in here, hi. You ain't gonna find nothing wrong I'm doing over here, but maybe y'all can take some notes. Not me, you, LLC. Well, look, if the little, if the vermin have to start turning on each other, that's better than them turning on the people that are trying to expose corruption. That's what I'll say. They think they all that in a bag of chips. Well, maybe they are. We'll see. I want to show y'all this. I find very interesting since Art McComber wants to run like a little roach. While we're at it, we've been talking about the unauthorized practice of law all across the country, especially in the state of Ohio, which Legally Mine and Daniel McNeff have already been in trouble last year for the unauthorized practice of law. Guess who worked for Legally Mine? Art McComber. Guess who else worked for Legally Mine? Joshua Johnson. That's fake. Never happened. That's a Class 2 misdemeanor. Yeah, he worked for Legally Mine too, and reported as such on filings with the government. So Legally Mine has already been literally in trouble with a state bar association having to do with the unauthorized practice of law. And in that case, Daniel actually admits it. He got fined, all of that. Then we started looking at Josh. He's got these advertisements, as recently as March this year, where he's being characterized as an exclusive partner of a law firm. We did a vote. I did a vote over here. More than 500 of y'all voted, and 86% of y'all said that you would have thought that meant he was a lawyer. We've been looking at Daniel and other things that he said at other conferences, other presentations, where he kind of seemed to imply that he was a lawyer. But how about this? Speaking of unauthorized practice of things, the man is a doctor too. Dr. Art McComber? What's he going to be preaching on? Is this doctor going to be talking about something to do with health? Is he going to be talking about something to do with nutrition? Let's look. Successful business structures. The keys to protecting your assets. The keys to protecting your assets, estate, and income. Learn how to protect your business and personal assets from litigation. Not this again. During this in-depth discussion on proper entity structuring, wait, is he a doctor? About Dr. McComber. Well, it's the same guy. It's the same story we get. As a young man on his mission, he was working in Germany. He learned German. He attended BYU. He graduated with his bachelor's in German and education. He went to the FBI. Now, in his other bio, it said the FBI sought him out. They didn't say that as much here. After graduating in Quantico, he was assigned to San Diego. He investigated, arrested bank robbers, kidnappers, counter-espionage agents, counter-terrorists, drug traffickers. Following the FBI career It doesn't say he went to medical school anywhere. It also doesn't say he went to law school anywhere. But, they're very happy that he attended. Look, they tell you what he got his BA in, his undergraduate degree in German studies. He realized people in the United States are crazy, crazed society, lawsuit crazed society, broken tort system for the last 8 years. He's shared his experience in the world of asset protection, over taxation, protection, wealth creation. I don't see where he went to medical school. I don't see where he went to law school. They done stopped saying he was prosecuting things. And I'm just wondering, is the man a lawyer? Is the man a doctor? Do we need to report him? Did he get his PhD? They don't say it. Why are they calling him doctor? Why are they calling him doctor? Very interesting to me. So, just to check, I'm like, bet, let's go see. Is he a doctor? So, I'm just going to type in McOmer. Search names containing. I'm not going to narrow the search by any profession. Now we have an Alexandra McOmer, Alexis, Amy, Anne, Arian, Betty. Okay, well, what? I don't see nobody doctor named Art or Arthur McOmer. Do you? I don't. Maybe I'm missing something. So now I'm wondering, do we need to report him too? For the unauthorized. I mean, this is ridiculous. These people are out here calling themselves doctor and partner of law firms. And they want to have people locked up in a cage for exercising their rights. They want to lie to the police. And by they, yes, I mean his business partner until June 12th. Co-owners, both to this day are still listed as principals. So maybe he took his name off as the registered agent, but he's still listed as an owner or a member or whatever it is. I'll tell you what it is right now. Member. He's still listed as a member. So just because he took himself off as the registered agent for service of process, that don't mean anything to me. Okay. And his business partner is lying to the police, saying that, for example, one lie, for example, is that Josh Johnson told the police that he had never been in any lawsuits with Ben, and it was fake and it wasn't real. And the process server needs to be arrested because it's a class 2 misdemeanor. That wasn't true. He was in an active lawsuit right then and there, and Ben was trying to serve him with the papers. He wouldn't take them. So, I mean, the man is dishonest. The man is corrupt, in my opinion. Wouldn't you be proud to promote your doctorate and where and what it was in? I mean, I would at least hope that they would do so as to not be so confusing. Now, maybe as a lawyer, if you're a lawyer, you do technically, like I have a doctorate level degree. A JD, if you go to law school, you get your JD. It is a terminal degree. You cannot go higher than that. That's it. That's the highest degree you can get in the law. Now there's some other stuff. Maybe you could do some legal study, something. But it's a terminal degree. That's it. There's no PhD in law. It's legal, a law degree is a terminal degree is the doctorate level. It's JD, Juris Doctor. So maybe that's what he meant when some lawyers will be like, oh, call me doctor. Because I mean, technically we did earn a doctorate level degree, but everybody knows you don't call lawyers doctor. And I wasn't able to find that he's a lawyer either. Let me look that up. Yeah, no. Let me do Utah lawyer search. I'm not even going to put a first name. Oh, Elizabeth. There's an Elizabeth McOmer. Most recent registration date was this month. Admitted in 2005. I don't see any Art McOmer. Do you? I just see Elizabeth. So the man, I don't know how he could have prosecuted somebody with no JD. Maybe he's licensed in another state. But, um his other bio that we read on the Fortress Management website had said that he had prosecuted all these, counterterrorism, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, how did he prosecute somebody? Was he a prosecutor? Or was he, what I was able to find, it appears to me as though Art McComber was a special agent, like, that would testify to stuff. Like, there is an Art McComber who was in the FBI. And I found some evidence that he kind of like provided some type of testimony or some type of affidavits in some of these criminal cases, but it did not look to me like he was a lawyer. It did not look to me like he was a doctor. And so why is he out here shilling asset protection packets to the International Academy of Ceramic Implantology as Dr. Art McComber? Now, remember, they also kind of advertise this guy as being like, oh, when you never really think when you go to an educational conference that you're going to see an FBI special agent. So they kind of downplaying the special agent now, and now they're calling him freaking doctor. And this is the co-member, the co-owner of Fortress Management with Josh. Josh said it's a class 2 misdemeanor to impersonate a process server. Bitch, what about impersonating a doctor and or a lawyer? Which is what you and your business partner appear, in my opinion, to me as a consumer, to be doing. What level misdemeanor is that, Joshy? Just curious. I'm just curious. Okay. So, hopefully Ben knows about all this stuff. So, okay. So yesterday I had said, or maybe it was the day before, I don't even know. It's all a blur at this point. But I had said, it wouldn't surprise me in the very least. Actually, let me rephrase that. I said, basically something along the lines of, it would surprise me a whole lot. It would surprise me immensely to find out that Ben didn't already know about all of this business model that they practice. It would surprise me a lot. Like, I really think he probably already knew. Well, last night, or yesterday rather, Sheldon did a couple of appearances that came out. One was live, one was a video. And he told, I think it was on MLS, Making Law Simple. Shout out to them. I'm going to be going on that channel next week, by the way, to do a little Lego building and a little Lego stream. But he was on there last night and he said they did not know about all this stuff. The Legally Mine, the dad, being possibly involved in Bricks and Minifigs in the beginning. Like, they did not, like, Sheldon said that he and Ben did not know that. And so that actually really surprised me. But hopefully somehow, some way, Ben has discovered this now, and all of that. Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. I got to get my first Lego set. Okay. Thanks so much to Mr. Sundowning for the $5 super chat. That's super normal behavior. Every time I say the word Nike, they close their corporation and open a new one. LOL. Typical baby Sinclair behavior. I mean, it's like, I feel like they're just trying to pass the buck. Oh, shout out to Making Law Simple. They all know about it now. Who? What do you mean? What do you mean? Foot in your assets, LLC. It's interesting to me. That's what I will say. I mean, the day that my stream was at 3:39 p.m. Utah time, what time is it over there in Utah right now? Like, what's the time zone? Because I'm trying to match up, like, my, sorry, I need to check something on my phone. I'm trying to match up my video with, like, the timing of him removing himself as a registered agent. I mean, that's really crazy. Like, what was that about? Why did he do that? Like, removing yourself as a registered agent is not going to help you. We already know. Removing the website is not going to help you. We already saw it. It's in the Wayback Machine. Like, I don't understand. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Menu ni pata. Ni andie. What? I'm thinking, no comprende. Ich verstehe sie, ich verstehe nicht. Whatever, girl. I mean, I'm trying to, I got to brush up on my German. Ich verstehe nicht. Is that how you would say that? Someone who's good at German. Is it ich verstehe nicht? Ich verstehe nicht. Hold on, let me do something. So anyway, I don't understand it. I don't get it. Maybe somebody can explain it to me like I'm 5. Okay, Vaster said, yeah, that's right. Okay, slay. See, I am multilingual, obviously. What else? What other languages can I say? I do not get it. I do not understand. I do not know. That's 100%. Ich verstehe nicht, was du sagst. Das ist richtig? German for I don't understand. Yeah, that's what I was going for. Anyway, I minored in German in college, but I have not spoken German like 10 years. So it basically like flew away. Sometimes when I'm trying to speak Punjabi or Sanskrit, German will come out or Spanish, but like it's all, it's all in there. Anyway, je ne comprends pas. Pas. Das ist richtig. That is right. Scheiße. Das ist scheiße. It's close enough. Better than my pronunciation. And I'm actually German, Roger said. That's one of the things I'm like a freak of nature. Like I'm very, very good at pronouncing things. Like everybody whose language I try to say something in their language, they're like, you said it right. You said it with the right accent. That's one of the things I'm really good at. But don't worry, y'all. I'm really bad at some stuff. It all evens out. It all comes out in the wash. I gotta learn how to say it in Gaelic or something. Ewanko. Hindi goalam. Oh, okay. Hindi is Ewanko. Goalam. Tagalog. I want to learn that too. And Tamil. Okay. Right. Yeah. See, I don't know why. Yes, this happens to me. And then I feel so stupid. I found myself yelling directions in Spanish when you're in China. I've never been to China. I don't know any Chinese. Wait, do I? Is ni hao Chinese? That might be the only thing I know. Xin xin. That means thank you, right? I have the power, but I'm concerned I want to... Yeah, you better wheel it with respect or else I'm going to send Ed Sheeran's cousin to depose you or something. That got so intense last night. I was like, oh, shit. I didn't know we were going in for an interrogation moment. On the Lego stream. Okay, anyway, it was fun. I liked it. I was in there. Y'all missed it if you missed it. Oh, is my brother Tough Stino in the chat? Shout out to Tough Stino. If you're still here, shout out to my brother. He's in the chat. Okay, so that's like kind of weird. No lo so? What's that mean? Oh, shay, not shin shin. Okay. She. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, so that was kind of like the... Hold on. That was kind of like the breaking news aspect that I didn't even know about until moments before I was going to be pressing live, go live. So... that's what I wanted to talk about. So now let's move on to the next topic. And this is like the substance. Excuse me. This is the substantive part of today's live stream. So what I want to do today is a little bit of a continuation from yesterday's stream where we were looking into the events and the people and the context leading up to and during the SWAT raid when they, the American Fork Police Department kind of bum rushed into, I think unconstitutionally, that's my opinion, into the Airbnb where Ben was staying and where he had a reasonable expectation of privacy as a short-term tenant. We talked about the owner of the Airbnb. His name is Ryan McKean Wells, and his wife's, or his somebody, whoever else lives and owns the house, whoever else owns the house is Wendy. Wasn't that her name? Wendy. And we looked into, I mean, some of y'all were saying he works at a certain place. Some of y'all were saying that he's a principal. I would need to see. Somebody did send me the Airbnb listing link, but apparently that link has been taken down. So I wasn't able to access it. I went into the Wayback Machine to try to see if anybody had accessed it, but it said it was like prohibited from being opened or saved or something. So I wasn't able to actually look at the Airbnb link. If somebody has some screenshots of that and can send them to me, that would be good. But as of right now, I mean, I don't really know. So that's the question, right? There's a lot of stuff that comes up on the search warrant that leaves a lot open for debate. It's very ambiguous. There's a lot of stuff that's confusing. And I mean, I know not everybody can be like a linguistic genius like me, but I would think that the police officers should, at least when they're asking the judge for a search warrant, they would be writing things in a way that's a little bit clearer and more coherent. I mean, it's almost like they got Joshua Johnson to write this damn search warrant up or something, because, you know, he can't even be trusted whenever he's mad. He said that himself. To Coffeezilla, he said, I was incoherent because I was pissed. Nothing I said was coherent or reliable. Okay, so I mean, like, what is that the case for everybody at the American Fork Police Department? Let's look at the search warrant. Okay, I want to start here. We're also going to look into the judge that signed it, and we're going to watch again. I don't know if we watched it together on my channel. I don't remember. I really don't remember what I watched by myself, what I watched with y'all or whatever, but we're going to also watch the 2 videos of the raid. One of them is like 12 minutes long and one of them is 22. And we're going to watch it, and I'm going to listen closely as I can. You know, I can really only do one thing at once. I'm going to watch it as closely as I can and, you know, see if we can hear anything. Because why? Because what I'm really trying to get into are some ambiguities that could go either way in the writing of this search warrant. And because of the way it's written, it raises some questions to me in my mind. Okay. In the 4th District Court, Utah, affidavit for a search warrant. So this isn't the actual search warrant. Yes, this is the search warrant here. So this is the affidavit for the search warrant. All right, so just so y'all understand, constitutionally, the way this is supposed to work is, in general, the cops cannot just bust into your house. They cannot just bust into your house. They cannot just search through your phone, and they cannot just search through your stuff. They just cannot do that. They are not allowed to do that constitutionally. They cannot do that. Unless, exception, right? Now, because there is actually a rule, a prohibition against them just busting into your house, especially with guns, and where you have an expectation of privacy, and this does also count for anywhere you have an expectation of privacy that you are entitled to be, like a hotel room or a short-term rental like an Airbnb, even your mama's house. They cannot bust into your mama's house to get to you. They just can't do it. Unless there are certain, exceptions. One exception is when they have a search warrant. The other exception is if they have what's called exigent circumstances. This is where it's like somebody's about to die, and it has to be still. It can't just be, Officer Richardson had a psychic vision from the mothership. Somebody was going to die, or he thought, using his psychic vision, that Ben Schneider might be in the house. No. Absolutely not. You have to get a judge's permission. And you can't just go in there and say, hey, Your Honor, we both went to BYU. I was on football with your son. Let me bust into this person's house. Would you let me do that? And the judge said, no, absolutely not. There are constitutional requirements, and they're high. They're high. Now, if somebody's out in the public, that's different. You can do a stop and frisk, a Terry's stop. But when someone is behind the closed doors of somewhere that they have a reasonable expectation of privacy, the cops cannot just bust down the door. So that's the starting point. We're starting there. That's the law. It's very serious too, because if that gets violated and then the cops want to try to use any of the evidence that they found or saw in there, a lot of times it will be excluded. The court will say you should have got a warrant, or the warrant was deficient. You're not going to be able to use any of this. This is the fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine. If it wasn't for that one poisonous seed that got planted, the poisonous tree wouldn't have grown. You wouldn't have been able to get the fruit off the poison tree. And so we're not letting you use that poisonous tree because you should have followed the law. Okay. So, in general, I want to bring up the constitutional, actually the words of the Constitution. I want to zoom it all the way back. I want to bring up the words of the Constitution because this is our rights. This is your rights. This is my rights. This is not legal advice. This is what the actual United States Constitution, the Bill of Rights, actually says. Let me pull it up. Now we're going to be on congress.org because I want y'all to compare what we're reading here about what the Constitution actually says with what happened. With what happened and what we're going to watch happen and what we're going to read happened. The Fourth Amendment prohibits unreasonable searches and seizures. As a result, law enforcement generally must obtain a search warrant from a, quote, neutral and detached magistrate. That's a judge. They have to get a search warrant from a neutral and detached magistrate. They have to do that before they enter a private space to look for evidence. The Fourth Amendment says no warrants shall issue. So the judge can't give a warrant. I mean, this is written back in the 1700s, so I'm updating it for today's language here. No warrants shall issue. Shall is a very, very strong word. Very strong word. It's a prohibition to give a warrant unless probable cause is shown. Probable cause is higher of a threshold than reasonable articulable suspicion. Probable cause is high. You have to have, think about what that would even mean. Probable. It's probably the case. Probable cause. Now, the probable cause can't just be a psychic vision, girl. No, ma'am. It has to be probable cause based on oath or affirmation. And this part right here is going to do some heavy lifting. It must particularly describe the place to be searched, the person to be seized, or the things to be seized. It must particularly describe the things to be seized. And this warrant has to be based on probable cause. The probable cause has to come from oath or affirmation, and it has to be issued by a neutral or detached judge. In this focus, provides, this is congress.gov, by the way. So they do a little expansion here. Pursuant to the Fourth Amendment, a warrant must be based on probable cause. The standard the Supreme Court has described is incapable of precise definition, so it's kind of hard to describe exactly what probable cause is. Exact formulations may vary. However, the Supreme Court has characterized the probable cause standard as the kind of fair probability on which a reasonable and prudent person would act. The court said probable cause is a higher standard than reasonable suspicion, which is what I just told y'all. However, it doesn't require proof that something is, quote, more likely true than false. So like maybe at least a 50%, some likelihood. Under the rules of federal criminal procedure, law enforcement may make the probable cause showing to a judge through a written affidavit, or if it would be reasonable under the circumstances by sworn testimony, both of which embody the Fourth Amendment requirement. To obtain a search warrant, law enforcement has to establish probable cause that the materials sought are contraband, evidence, or will aid in a particular apprehension of conviction. It has to be seizable by virtue of being able to be, by being connected to criminal activity. Law enforcement has to demonstrate a fair probability that these materials will be found. This may include a place occupied by a person not implicated in the crime. In practice, some federal courts employ a simplified formulation of probable cause, requiring that there must be a reasonable likelihood of evidence of wrongdoing that's going to be found at the place to be searched. Okay. So that's where we're starting. That's where we're starting. With that in mind, those are the requirements of overcoming the constitutional prohibition of having your stuff busted in on by the cops. Okay. So we have here this little roach, Cole G. Richardson, this little vermin, this little insect, Cole G. Richardson of the American Fork Police Department. And he is going to be giving that oath or affidavit, which the Constitution requires, by the way. And this is what he says. On the premises known as 891 North 150 West, American Fork, Utah, owned by the way, just we found out yesterday, the Wellses. There is a gray single residence home. The entrance to this home is a basement rental separated from the main floor. This warrant will only be served on the basement. So see how he's trying to make it seem like he's narrowly tailoring it. It will only be served on the basement. There were several people in there that they busted in on with semi-automatic weapons and bulletproof vests, by the way. But it's just the basement where he was renting. Address is 891 North 150 West in American Fork. The person described is Benjamin Paul Schneider. The vehicle described is a 2012 black Chevy Malibu. Now, on the item that they want to seize, they don't even describe it. Just to remind you, the Constitution requires particularly describing the thing to be seized. Particularly describing. So like, for example, it would be like a pink AK-47 that was pictured in this YouTube video. Any stacks of, any bags of prepackaged drugs, because we're investigating a drug thing. We got them on a wiretap saying that they have the drugs in the house. So, and that wiretap was all, above board. And so the 10 to 15 bags of XYZ LMNOP, a kidnapped child, a kidnapped woman, like you have to specify. It has to be. This is the constitutional requirement. Okay. So first of all, the first issue that I'm seeing just out the gate is he wants a search warrant, but he's not saying what, he's not describing at all. He said none. He's not describing at all what he wants to search and seize. So really, it looks to me like he probably should have just asked for an arrest warrant. We want to arrest him. Why are they wanting a search warrant? Seems to me like because they do things different in Utah, they wanted to traumatize these people by showing up with guns and scaring them. That's my opinion. In the city of American Fork, Utah, county of Utah, state of Utah, there is now certain property or evidence, any stolen merchandise, specifically Lego merchandise, that was unlawfully acquired or is unlawfully possessed. Well, y'all are looking in the wrong dang place. Y'all need to go look at Art McComer's business partner, Joshua Johnson. Has been used or is possessed for the purpose of being used to commit or conceal the commission of an offense, and he's saying it could be evidence of illegal conduct. Has anyone reported the Legos stolen? Because the last I checked, the only Legos reported stolen that I ever heard of was Ben was there to investigate stolen Legos. He's trying to get the cops to do something about the stolen Legos. These exact cops, in fact. And thank you, Making Law Simple. The police said specifically in that one body cam that their intent was just to scare Ben. Their little unconstitutional warrant has already begun unraveling, in my opinion. How can they play differently in Utah if they are beholden to this pesky constitution? That's exactly the question, Sky. They can't. They can't. They broke the law. That's my opinion. That's the way I see it. Innocent until proven guilty, but I think they broke the law. They violated their oath for sure. Why didn't the police bust into the Bricks and Minifigs store? It's a good question, because that's where I think the stolen Legos actually have a more likely chance to be. The thing is, they want to bust into this house with guns and bulletproof vests for stolen Legos that nobody reported stolen. The only person reported Legos stolen was Brian Mansell in Oregon. I thought we were supposed to let civil matters remain civil. The police haven't let the civil matters remain civil. They've been bullying and tyrannizing Ben for no reason. So who exactly? It might seem nitpicky. It might seem like, okay, professor, like this is a deficient warrant. It doesn't pass constitutional muster. This was a violation of everyone in that house's rights, federally constitutional rights. Now wait till y'all find out what I found out earlier, which is Utah has even stronger protections for short-term tenants. And for people where they have a reasonable expectation of privacy. They have even stronger protections in Utah under the state laws than the Constitution. The Legos were stolen in a different state. And the thing about it is, in this warrant, the cop ends up saying that the crime that he thinks is going on is stalking. What the God flying hell does a Lego have to do with stalking? It doesn't. It just doesn't. I mean, Sheldon, my new cousin Sheldon, he had said that these people don't have 3 brain cells to rub together. That was generous. That was generous. I'm missing the synapses. I'm missing the neurons. I'm missing them firing. We're all going to jail because all of us have talked about a stolen Lego in our house. This is how ridiculous it is. Everybody that talks about a stolen Lego and everybody that Josh Johnson with his crusty feet doesn't like has to go to jail now? Has to be raided? Has to be swatted? Something ain't adding up for me. Officer Cole G. Richardson, this little vermin, this little cockroach, claims to a judge under penalty of perjury that he believes the property is evidence of the crime of stalking. Again, he doesn't even describe what the Legos look like. Which Lego? Which color? How big? How many? Would it be in a box? For example, a black Rubbermaid Tupperware filled about 2/3 of the way full with this Lego, that Lego, this Lego. It's very interesting to me because Bricks and Minifigs, Ammon and Matt and the rest of them, they wanted Brian Mansell to give the most granular detail and the most granular invoice, even to sit down at the table with him. He provided them lists of invoices or lists of inventory lists and all of that, and that wasn't good enough for them. But for a judge to issue a warrant allowing the cops to SWAT you, you don't even have to describe a single Lego. This don't make no damn sense. How on earth could a non-described Lego give you evidence of the illegal conduct of stalking? It can't. That's the answer. It can't. This is bogus. And the judge should have said that. The judge should have said, wait, what does the Lego have to do with the stalking? And what Lego are you actually trying to find? And let's say they would have had some Legos. Let's say they would have had some Legos. Would the cops just took them and said, oh, these are stolen? Maybe they had Legos in there that weren't stolen. Now, they didn't apparently find any Legos. We are going to watch the body cam, by the way. Period. This is it. Nailhead. Exactly what I believe as well, in my opinion. The search warrant actually is an arrest warrant for stalking. in a search warrant, dressed up in a search warrant suit. And that's not allowed. And that's why I think this American Fork Police Department has some trouble coming down the road in the form of a civil lawsuit. And it ain't just been. They violated multiple people's rights. Multiple people's rights were violated. When the one guy showed up to want to do a protest, his rights were violated by saying, scurry along, don't even come over here, you're going to get arrested. A lot of people's rights were violated by this. And I think that the American Fork Police Department has a very serious lawsuit coming down the pipe. Now I'm wondering, can we bring in this judge and call it a RICO? Because that's what Bricks and Minifigs likes to do. Just bring in anyone they ever talk to and call it a freaking RICO. The facts establish the grounds for the issuance of the search warrant are as follows. Officer Cockroach Richardson is a post-certified officer as of like 15 minutes ago. I have worked as a law enforcement officer over a year. Ooh, over a year. Well, it might be time to go back and learn about what the Bill of Rights is, buddy boy. The thing you put your hand up in the air and said, I swear to uphold the United States Constitution. You might need to go give that a read. You might need to go give that a look, Mr. Been an officer for 1 year, play pretend LARPing like you some type of badass officer. How's that going for you? How's it going for you? Might be time to chill the fuck out and read the Constitution. That's my advice. On March 3rd, 2026, what in the hell is this man talking about March 3rd? It was not March 3rd. It happened on March 11th. Why did he write March 3rd? That's a big problem. Why did he the first fact that he gives, right? This is the facts section. The first fact is false. It's not true. It's fake. It's not real. That's fake. Class 2 misdemeanor. It wasn't on March 3rd. It was on March 11th. Why did he put that there? Wasn't it not on March 3rd? It's false. I'm just very confused. Like, I'm having a hard time even getting past it. Why did he say that? Try Klingon? Oh, girl, I don't know how to speak that. I do not know how to speak no Klingon. Thank you for the £2 super chat. Casey, marry me. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't. I am happily engaged already to the best fiance in the whole world. But good luck. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much to Mr. Sundown Ing for the $5. I can't wait for American Fork Police to investigate themselves just to find they did absolutely nothing wrong or worse. I did reach out to Sean Paul Reyes. Y'all know Sean Paul Reyes from Long Island Audit. I reached out to him and I was like, please tell me you're going to audit the American Fork Police Department. But he has a lot of stuff going on. He did not respond yet. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you to John for the $5 super chat. Did the landlord have a listening device or a camera in the rental unit? I think he did. I think that they did. I think the owners of the home had a camera in the rental unit. They definitely had videos somewhere around there, and we'll get to those in a moment. Thank you. And in the search warrant, they're mentioned. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, Ryan, for the $4.99. Did you see that the officers only received use of force training? I did hear that, where they mostly only had Hell Week, so they got, hazed into their little cult they're in, and SWAT training on their records. Yeah, I mean, it's very clear they all need to sit down and read the Constitution. I mean, obviously, somebody's out there watching my videos. Maybe they could take some notes. Get your pen out, get your pencil out, get your notebook out, get your Dunkin' Donuts, and just listen to me. I mean, that would, I'm not saying I'm the expert of the world on this, but I definitely know that you can't just bust into somebody's rental unit without having any item described in the search warrant that you're even going to seize. This was obviously an arrest warrant attempt. It's my opinion. Thank you for the $4.99. Hell in the weeks prior, and then they put Ben through the hell week. So he puts the wrong date. I mean, this total incompetent fool, this buffoon, puts the wrong date. Maybe it was an accident, which means, I mean, he shouldn't be put in charge of writing anything ever again in his life. Maybe it was on purpose, which means maybe he should be put in federal prison. But I don't know. I mean, what do I know, really? He said on March 3rd, which is completely the wrong date. Like there's absolutely no possible explanation for how on earth March 3rd got put up on there. He said, I was dispatched to a harassment detail at a local residence in American Fork. Which residence? He doesn't say. It's very vague. This is supposed to particularly describe things. Very vague. Upon arrival, I recognized this address as a repeat address that has resulted in the arrest of Benjamin Schneider. So take all this together and look, put yourself in the position of a judge. Pretend you are a neutral, third-party, disinterested magistrate, which is what the Constitution requires. And you're just reading this. Oh my God, it's March 11th today. This has been going on since March 3rd. You see how that little mistake up there might actually have worked against Ben? Because it looks like this shit's been going on for like 2 weeks or whatever. From the 3rd to the 11th. But this is a repeat address. It's harassment. He was arrested days prior for stalking. For this incident, vague, which one? Is it March 3rd, which didn't exist? Is it the one days prior? Is it this current incident? He's very loose with his language, and it could be that he's a stupid idiot. It could be that this is how they train him. Leave a bunch of room open so later on we can say, that's not what I meant. You're stupid for interpreting it that way. So he shows up to the house. I found 4 people inside the residence who were outside the residence hanging a sign that depicted the victim's face. Okay, so he's already calling him a victim. This is Josh Johnson. I steal from old people. I stole a dying man's life savings. Remember, they were hanging that sign on the fence. But guess who wasn't there? Guess who wasn't there hanging the sign when the cops showed up? Ben Schneider. He was not there. It was Sheldon. It was like 2 other girls. It was some other people. But Ben wasn't there. But the cop is just saying, oh, it was this victim had a sign getting hung up of him. The reporting party, guess who the reporting party is? The same person they're calling the so-called victim. So really, it's all just Josh Johnson whining. But they're making it seem like all these people and all this stuff. There was a victim. There was a reporting party. Josh Johnson reported that they arrived in a black Chevy Malibu yielding license plate number. The cop says, I made contact with one of these individuals to ask what was going on. One of the males told me, I think it was Sheldon, that he was supporting a website called GoFundMe and elected to show me his phone. While looking at his phone, I noticed he was FaceTiming with a person whose contact info stated Ben. Now, so far, this is pretty close to what I observed happening on the body cam footage. So it's like, I mean, thank God he's finally getting some stuff kind of right. Because he led off the block with some very, very wrong information. And very, very vague and confusing information in the next couple sentences. But yeah, he got there. There were some people hanging the sign on the fence. The people had asked the neighbors, hey, is it cool if I hang the sign on the fence? They said, yeah, it's for a GoFundMe. Yeah. The cop shows up. He's like, what are y'all doing? They say, we're hanging this sign. We got permission from the neighbors. This is a GoFundMe. The cops are like, I know, Ben. I know what you're doing. I know you're getting paid to be here. And Sheldon's like, whoa, no, I'm not. I'm not getting paid to be here. Anyway, he ends up being like actually FaceTiming at the time, I guess, with Ben. And I don't know why Sheldon volunteered that information up, but he did. And he said, yeah, he was FaceTiming with Ben. So the cop's like, oh, well, that must mean Ben is like using you as a proxy. So now you're an accessory to stalking. And Sheldon's like, no, I'm doing this on my own. He hangs up the phone with Ben. And he's like, actually, the reason Ben's not here is because he doesn't want to get any more trouble with you people. And that's what, I decided to pick up the slack. He didn't send me here. I'm doing this on my own. I'm kind of paraphrasing. Y'all can watch the body cam footage and make those determinations and observations for yourself. Is this the same judge that is on the Charlie Kirk murder case and Dan's divorce? No. This is a judge we haven't talked about yet. This is a totally different new judge is about to enter the chat. The one in those cases is named Graff, Graf or Graff, Tony Graff. He did not go to BYU. I mean, he might be a Mormon. I know some of y'all are like really keeping track of that, but he did not go to BYU. He didn't go there. So that's, however important or not, but it's not the same judge. Period. This is what I'm trying to say, Aggie. Exactly. This is exactly, put another way, what I'm trying to say. Okay, if it's true that there's these alleged stolen Legos, who's the victim? Who reported them stolen? Where is the theft report? With no report, how can it be considered stolen? This is that particularly described problem that we're going to keep running into, by the way. Joshua Johnson said, y'all should try being into this story with my name. Oh, man. I did see the comedian. Yeah, and the cops stole his sign. And the way they stole the sign is they said it was evidence of a crime. And what was the crime? Residential picketing? Pfft, goff. I am still hoping to make it out to Utah, by the way. Now I'm confused. Because, yeah, that's rough. Because Crystal Law and her husband, what's his name? Benjamin, another Benjamin, Gorman, they filed something through their lawyer in the RICO case. Even though they haven't been named officially like as defendants, there are those 1 through 15 or whatever. And they keep saying June 22nd, June 22nd, June 22nd. There's a hearing on June 22nd. And I thought it was June 30th. Also, Ben put out a video yesterday on his Patreon. It was very short. It really didn't say too much, but he did say that he hopes to be able to talk about the case soon. He mentioned the 30th. So I don't know if it's the 22nd or the 30th. And that's something I am very confused about. Because Crystal and her husband, the former owners of the franchise store that, got kind of like kicked out, hostile takeovered, they sued Bricks and Minifigs. And in their lawsuit, they're making their complaints. I haven't even had a chance to look, not even to glance at that yet, but I'll get to it. Oh, wait. Oh, Carl. Nehigum. Is that? It's so hard to read Irish. It's the same thing as Gaelic. Thank you so much to Emily. Well, with that last name, I think you know what you're talking about, girl. Thank you for the €2. Nehigum. Is that? I don't know. I got to make sure I'm saying it right. Shout out to the Irish cousins in the chat. TRO might be lifted. 30th is when a TRO expires. Yeah, but are they going on the 22nd? What's the 22nd? Josh is probably hitting the Adderall right about now. Well, I mean, I hope so. He needs to focus on trying to make money in an honest way. Can you automatically be a doctor just walking onto BYU campus? I don't think so. I don't think that's how it works. Okay, so let's get back to this search warrant and keep moving forward here. So they're there. The cop is describing this so-called prior incident, which did happen this day, by the way, because like you can see the day that the warrant issued, it was March 11th at 5:37 p.m. The situation where they were out there at the fence happened that same day, March 11th. And I have the body cam. I have the, hold on, I'll tell y'all when it is. March 11, 2026, and it started at 15:07 o'clock to 15:40, which is like 3 something. So this is like 2 hours after the incident. But this moron called it March 3rd, like it was weeks ago. Like they've actually had time to investigate and no. Anyway, so the cop is like, I roll up on Sheldon. He's looking at his phone. I looked at his phone. I noticed he was FaceTiming somebody whose contact info said Ben. I asked the male, that's Sheldon, if he was speaking with Ben. Reckless Ben. And Sheldon said, yeah, I am. Again, I don't know why he said that, but look, when you're in that situation, you just kind of like, especially when you're not doing anything wrong and you have nothing to hide, I do understand the impulse to just be like over disclosing, but they will use that against you. They absolutely just like they did here. Due to the previous case regarding Benjamin, again, I think this little cockroach is trying to imply that this has been going on for weeks when really it all just happened on this one day. I knew he had been arrested for stalking. And it appeared he was having these 4 individuals go to the victim's residence on his behalf to continue the harassment. So is it stalking or harassment? Those are different statutes, officer. Maybe if you spent more time reading the law and less time whatever in the hell else you're doing, playing Pokemon Go or whatever it seems like, maybe you would understand these are different statutes. I advised the male, Sheldon, of his Miranda rights, and I informed him I intended to seize his phone for evidentiary purposes. And in my opinion, I made a whole video about this. I believe the cops retaliated against Sheldon for exercising his rights, which is illegal. That's another unlawful action taken by the police. As soon as he said, no, I'm not going to be giving you my phone to go through willy-nilly, absolutely not, which is his right. He did nothing illegal. The cops immediately retaliated and tried to snatch his phone. That's what I saw when I watched the body camera footage. So in retaliation, he was arrested. He was transported to the American Fork Police Department. I said, oh, it's interesting because he had omitted, this little cockroach cop, omitted the whole tried to manipulate the device, tried to keep it unlocked. He just left all that part out. Remember when the cop was like, oh, I tried to keep the phone open so we could go through it and rummage through it. Remember whenever Sheldon had the wallet app open and Sheldon was just trying to turn that wallet off. He's like, I don't want the cops all in my financial transactions without a warrant, which is his right. He left that whole part out. That the cop was trying to manipulate the device by keeping it open. He left that out when he asked the judge for a warrant. So this is where the tomfoolery of this search warrant, believe it or not, really begins. We're about to get into it now. Okay. This is where it really starts to be like, huh? This is where I was like, I have to spend a whole entire live stream on this issue. We're going to watch other stuff. I mean, we're not going to be on this piece of paper the whole live stream, but like, what the hell? It's about to get crazy. Buckle up. It hadn't even got as crazy as it's getting yet. Later, okay, this was 2 hours ago, by the way. Just so y'all are keeping track of the timeline. Let me show you why I think this before somebody tries to sue me. Let me show you why I think this. The name of the BAM Sucks video is body cam shows Joshua Johnson calling American Fork Police over a sign. Okay, so let me go to that. This is the video right here. Body cam. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong thing. Sorry. I thought I switched my screen. Here, hold on. Sorry. This is the BAM Sucks YouTube page. Body cam shows Joshua Johnson calling American Fork Police over a sign. Okay, this is where Sheldon gets arrested. Unlawfully. And as you can see here, it is March 11th, 2026, 15:21, which is like 3:21 p.m. All right, 3:21 p.m. Utah time over there. This is the arrest. This is someone else trying to come here to participate. This is the homeowner who gave them permission to hang the sign. And of course, you know, they go and talk to him. Now, I think this little worm right here is Richardson. I think this is the little worm whose affidavit we're reading. He's been a cop for about 15 freaking minutes. Oh, excuse me. Just over a year at this point. And as you can see, it is March 11th at 3:37. What time do they actually roll up on the scene? 15:08. It's about 3 o'clock. 3:08. Here's them talking. Here's the, is that reckless, Ben? Hanging the sign, which they had permission to hang. Right? 3 o'clock, 3:11 p.m. Okay, so it's 3 o'clock. Now, what time on the same day, the same exact day, did the little cockroach, Officer Richardson, get the warrant? What time did the judge sign the warrant? Well, it's marked here. 5:37. So within 2 hours, that whole incident happened, and they got a search warrant from Judge Roger Griffin. Okay. So within 2 hours. So the timeline the cop kind of lays out, I think, is intentionally, in my opinion, it's intentional. It's intentionally misleading because it's like not really being very direct. It's making it seem like there's multiple victims, multiple charges, harassment, stalking. March 3rd, March 11th, repeat address. This was a repeat address resulting in the arrest of Benjamin Schneider. He was arrested days prior for stalking a victim. Wasn't he arrested on the side of the road after they did an unlawful drug search? That's not a repeat address. He didn't recognize this as a repeat address. That's a lie, in my opinion. You know what he recognized? Josh Johnson wearing the same dirty-ass clothes with his dirty-ass toes out on his front lawn, looking sicker and uglier every day and more demon-possessed. I think that's probably what he really recognized. Josh Johnson doesn't appear to have changed his clothes once between March 8th and March 11th. If I could call it like I think I see it. If I'm allowed. If that's still allowed. Thank you, Nailhead, for the $5. You should annotate outside the residence because he's saying repeat address as if it is on the outside of Johnson's house. Great point. Excellent point. I will do that. Outside of the residence. Let me do a little annotation. I love an annotation, me. Now, technically, yes. Technically, yes. Ben was outside of the residence. Aren't we all? I'm outside of the residence too. Aren't you? We're not inside his residence, so we must be outside. He was across the street. No, he wasn't even across the street. Again, it's these other 4 individuals, not Ben. Maybe they would say, well, he was there in spirit because he was on FaceTime. Fine. I'll concede that point. I'll concede that point. But it wasn't like he was outside Josh's house, like on the doorstep. He was across the street. Now, is that annoying? Yeah. I would be annoyed if somebody was asking my neighbors if they could hang a sign on their fence about me. That was like an AI, and it was disparaging or something. Sure, that's annoying, but being annoying is not illegal. Now, there is apparently, I do want to be, fully fair. Apparently, there is a residential picketing law in Utah or in the city, but a city ordinance or a state law is not allowed to override the United States Constitution. So I would really need to get into the weeds. on that to see if that was even allowable. Thank you for the $5 super chat. How long was the sign even hanging? Seconds. I don't even know if it fully got hung up. It did. They did hang it up. But it was like they were in the process of putting up when the cop pulled up. He did not get arrested for residential picketing. No, he did not. But that is the charge. That is the charge on, hold on, let me pull up my Excel spreadsheet. Y'all are going to love this Excel spreadsheet once I'm like, it's a little bit further along. Oh, it's so good. Residential picketing was stalking and targeted residential picketing. Provo District, State of Utah versus Ben. And the Provo City one was disorderly conduct after being asked to cease and criminal trespass, notice of entry. That one was arising from the incidents that happened, I believe, in December. I don't exactly actually remember. Yeah, December. So they let's get back to the search warrant. Found 4 individuals. Reporting party, Joshua Johnson, reported they had arrived in a black Chevy Malibu. One of the males said that he was on the phone with Ben. Due to the previous case regarding Benjamin, I knew he had been arrested for stalking. And it appeared as if he was having those 4 individuals go to the victim's residence on his behalf to continue the, quote, harassment. By the way, none of his charges are harassment. He's not being charged with harassment at all criminally. The charges are stalking, targeted residential picketing, disorderly conduct after being asked to cease, and criminal trespass. All of them are misdemeanors. This male was transported. So they transported Sheldon. Okay. Later, which now we just did the math, it was like, had to be in the like almost instantly. The way he writes this up, it makes it seem like just later at some time between March 3rd and today, at some time between March freaking 3rd. Why did he write this? I cannot get over the March 3rd thing. It makes it seem like this is more plausible. Later, you mean in the last 90 freaking minutes? In the last 90 minutes, a third party, who? Who? A third party individual, who? Shared information. I said how? Upon request? Unprompted? How? This is too vague. Later, a third-party individual shared information. Right? Why did the cockroach write that to be so vague? My opinion is the cockroach wanted the judge, he was inviting the judge to see a picture, a false picture being painted as if it was reality. This all the way back on March 3rd, like over a week ago, there was this event that happened. He failed to mention that Sheldon was being held actively at that exact moment in the station. Just fails to mention that. Later, so minutes later, like moments later, like seconds later, a random third party individual fell out the sky just randomly over the course of what this officer is making it seem like was days and days go by. It was just today. And he provided information. Okay, hold on. What does that mean, provided information? How? How did he provide the information? Now, somebody told me yesterday in the chat, the owner of the Airbnb was actually there during the search. Shout out to America's attorney who pointed this out as well. Apparently, the owner of the Airbnb, aka this random Good Samaritan third party who just randomly fell out the sky and shared information. Do you see how much worse it would actually look on this search warrant if the cockroach wrote 15 minutes later or during our search, oh no, this is, I got that mixed up. So this third party ends up going to be at the search. We'll see. We're going to watch it. A third party stranger, just some random stranger, shared information. Doesn't say how, doesn't say with who, doesn't say under what circumstances, doesn't say we showed up and asked, doesn't say we called and asked, doesn't say we're at the gun club together, doesn't say my kid goes to his school, that he's a principal, doesn't say anything like that. It just says a third party. Shared information. Was it telepathic? Was it via fax? What do you mean? What does this mean? And the reason I'm really drilling down on this is an affidavit for a search warrant. If you will recall, the Constitution requires the items to be searched and seized to be based upon oath and affirmation that actually gives probable cause. This is a tough standard. This is some random ghost that fell out the sky that's a third party that somehow gave information. The judge should ask for more information. So within moments after this incident, where there were, Sheldon and them were out there putting a sign up, this random individual shares information about how who's they? Because an individual is not usually going to be a they. It's almost like he's trying to obscure, let me annotate that as well. It's almost as if he's trying yet again to obscure the identity of this individual, which is unconstitutional. You have to say who the informant is. You have to. You cannot base probable cause on an anonymous source. That's unconstitutional. It's against the law. It's against the law. A third-party individual who I'm not even going to give their gender, they have a bunch of YouTubers renting out their Airbnb. Individuals are not they. I mean, I guess unless this Wells McKean, what's his name? Ryan McKean-Wells, maybe he's trans and he goes by they. Maybe the wife is trans. Maybe she was assigned male at birth and she goes by they instead of she or he. I don't really know. It's confusing to me and my English degree. It's very confusing. Again, this is not a Facebook post. This is an affidavit for a search warrant. It's supposed to be an exception to somebody's fundamental rights. It's supposed to be pretty strong. Oh yeah, later at some point since March 3rd, I got some information. I'm not going to tell you how. I'm not going to tell you who. It was some they who has a bunch of YouTubers staying at their Airbnb. What? This could happen to any of us if this could happen to him. This fits the nature of Benjamin Schneider's group. Yeah, because there's only one group of YouTubers in the whole state of Utah. An unmarked police unit went to the address of 891 North 150 West in American Fork to, quote, scope out the area. To scope out the area. An unmarked car went to spy on these people based on nothing. Based on nothing. A group of YouTubers staying at an Airbnb is not a freaking crime. So they send an undercover cop to go spy on them. Unconstitutional. Police went to the address 891 North 150 West, owned by Ryan McKean Wells and his apparently wife, Wendy. And they had a bunch of YouTubers renting out their Airbnb. I hope they can never rent another thing out on an Airbnb. That's got to be a violation of Airbnb's terms. Because they didn't lawfully hand that stuff over pursuant to a search warrant. They seem to have consensually handed it over to the cops, which I think is a violation of Airbnb's terms and service. Man, so much police resources to stalk Ben like he was the Don of the Mafia. It was they hunted him with guns. Like he was like an animal. They were on a hunting party. How's Utah? Like if somebody walks up to me banging their fist, I'm going to say, I'm taking this as a credible threat. Don't put your hand in your fist again. Y'all would not like to, maybe you would. Maybe you'd really like how I would handle these cops because it wouldn't be how like what Ben does. No, they would be saying yes, ma'am, by the end of that. Unless they want to lose the whole freaking department. Unless they want to bankrupt their police department and their whole city, they would be saying yes, ma'am, by the end of that. Officers then contacted the homeowner. Oh, you mean the third party? This is the second time he's done this, by the way. He called Josh Johnson the victim and the reporting party. Instead of calling him the reporting party and victim, instead of like clarifying to the judge, like what's actually the hell going on, he's obscuring it. And he does it again down here. Now it's a third party. Shared information. You notice how it doesn't say contacted us, we contacted him. It's very strange. It's giving mafia. It's giving mafia. Then officers contacted, wait, hold on. It is known, the cop says, it is known that Ben is arranging various amounts of individuals to go to the victim's residence and enter his property. That's not true. They weren't on his property. They were the neighbor's property. Another lie. And then I said, what do you mean? How do you mean it's known? It is known that Benjamin Schneider is arranging people to go to the victim's property. That's not true. Sheldon literally told that cop less than 2 hours ago at the time of this warrant, he wasn't sent there by Ben. So how is it that this little cockroach, this little vermin, could possibly know that Ben was doing something that he has been explicitly told Ben was not doing? He could have said, I believe, upon opinion and belief, but he couldn't just say that. Want to know why? Because then it wouldn't be specific enough. He's lying. The man is lying. If you could even call him a man. I hope the little gold medal star at the temple, whatever he got from this, was worth it. Because it's going to cost him his reputation for the rest of his life. And I want to say that too. If the church or the religious organization that you are a member of requires that you like make shit up and lie, you're probably not on the right path. I'll leave it at that. God spoke to the cop and gave him the revelation. I think the connection got a little bit. Bzz. So then officers contact the homeowner of the Airbnb to inquire about video footage. I think this is starting to tiptoe onto another warrantless and therefore unlawful search. Yes, cops are allowed to ask a homeowner if they have video footage. And yes, homeowners can turn it over if they want to. But where a tenant has a reasonable expectation of privacy, that's where it gets a little stickier. Where a tenant, such as Ben, has rented and is rightfully, lawfully on a property, is permitted to be there by the owner. Because there's been cases on this before. Somebody renting an apartment, for example, like a long-term rental. They have a lease. The landlord will let the cops go into, well, it's my unit, I'm letting him go in. No. The Supreme Court has said absolutely not. Just because somebody is in the financial, that would basically create different laws for rich people and poor people. Everybody who's rightfully, lawfully in their home has a right to expect privacy. There are very limited exceptions. Your landlord even has to ask you, even if it's his building, and give you a notice before coming in, some type of reasonable notice, unless it's emergency, the unit's on fire or something. Everybody knows this. So, no, the Airbnb owner can't just hand over tapes. There are still rules, even if it's an Airbnb and not a long-term rental. And guess what else? In Utah, again, the expectation of privacy is protected even more than by the United States Constitution. Good point. Paul said they are probably safe. They are probably safe, though, because it only mentions recording him outside. But I think Ben should get the videos on Discovery. Not only that, too, Paul, but guess what else? The homeowner said they heard them talking about stolen Legos. Do the homeowners live at that house? Is that their address? They were living on top of the Airbnb basement that they were renting out to Ben, and they said they heard the tenants, the person renting the Airbnb, I guess it would be Ben, talking about stolen Legos. Well, no shit. They're in Utah to investigate the stolen Legos, you dumbass. But would that count as eavesdropping? Voyeurism? That's a crime. Class 2 misdemeanor. That's a crime. That's criminal. If it's just Ring doorbell cameras, it might be allowed. Yeah, but we're going to have to see. Officers contacted the homeowner of the Airbnb to inquire about the footage. The homeowner was cooperative and provided the video footage. Yeah, the same homeowner that called y'all. And this all happened within a couple hours. This is the thing that's blowing my mind. If you were to just read this, it would look like this shit has been going on for weeks. Today, the day of the warrant, is March 11th. The guy starts the whole thing off with March 3rd. This guy was transported to the American Fork Police Department. And then he says later. He doesn't say in the next few minutes. The third-party individual shared information about how they have a bunch of YouTubers renting out their place. And then officers contacted the homeowner. You mean the same third party that you mentioned up there? Why didn't he call him the third party? Why didn't he call him later a homeowner? The homeowner. Officers contacted the homeowner of the Airbnb to inquire about video footage. The homeowner was cooperative and provided video footage and displayed Benjamin walking into the basement. So, footage that displayed him walking into the basement. Is this probable cause that he committed a crime? That doesn't even create reasonable suspicion. The homeowner provided footage that, what did it show? Did it show him stealing a Lego? Did it show him with a Lego? Did it show him admitting that he stole a Lego? No, it's just him walking into his Airbnb that he rented. This was at 3:58 today. They're getting this warrant basically as they're dealing with Sheldon, and they're acting like this shit happened on March 3rd. I am so annoyed. Based on this information, what is the information? What is the crime? He supposedly had been arrested for stalking before. Supposedly. He wasn't even at that fence. Why is this a search warrant at all? It's to show them. I think it's to show Ben how different they do in Utah. How we will literally roll up in here and fucking blow your brains out, buddy. That's what I think the message was supposed to be. We will kill you. We will murder you. And we will get away with it. No matter where you are in Utah, you are not safe. We will find you. We will get a search warrant and we will roll up on you with semi-automatic weapons. And guess what, bitch? There's nothing you can do about it. That's what I think the message was supposed to be. And that's the reason I'm involved in this case. That's why I'm here. It ain't about a Lego. Although it's sad what happened. It is sad. I can absolutely understand Brian Mansell's perspective. But this right here is why I'm here. I'm not going to let this one go. That's what N.W. Jones heard. You can even see the video of the raid. We're going to watch it. We're going to watch it. It's a threat. No matter where you are in the state of Utah, you thought you were safe? That's cute, Ben. You thought you had a little expectation of privacy? And not just you, buddy. We're going to take everybody that talks to you down too, to isolate you so we can further abuse you. Like the criminal gang of thugs we are. That's how I heard it. That's how I'm reading this search warrant. And guess what? It got signed and approved. Based on the information above, which shows nothing. Remember way up here we were talking about Legos? Why weren't any Legos mentioned? He had a bunch of YouTubers staying at his house. So we reached out to him with an unlawful request for video footage. He gives it over to us. Minutes go by. Minutes go by. You know what I think happened? I think the cops knew. I think they all knew who was staying where. They were spying on Ben because they had that unmarked car spying on him. Ben got home. He walked in. The cop couldn't say, oh, because we were spying on him and unlawfully surveilling him for no reason with no probable cause. They couldn't say that. So they said, oh, some third party individual just reached out to us. And said, oh, there's a bunch of YouTubers staying at my place. Then the officers reached out to the homeowner. You mean the same freaking person that reached out to you? Which is it? Pick one, because it all happened within about 90 minutes. And all they have evidence of is Ben walked into the Airbnb that he rented, where he had a reasonable expectation of privacy, constitutionally, legally, and certainly under the laws of the state of Utah. But they do stuff different in the state of Utah, especially at American Fork Police Department, where they don't actually think they have to follow the law. I don't think they ever learned it. Thanks so much to Quickity Split for the $1.99 LinkedIn. I don't know what that means. Thanks so much to Ben Rosenthal becoming a member. Thank you so much to Quickity Split. The thing I saw is they didn't even knock. Yeah, no, they wanted Ben and his friends to think their lives were in danger. That's my opinion. They wanted them to think we will roll up on you with our guns and we will murder you. We will kill you and nothing will happen to us because we do stuff different in Utah. You think you're going to come over here and try to do a little investigation? You think you're going to come over here and try to get some justice? Hell no, buddy. Pow, pow, brat, brat. And we'll lie to the judge in the search warrant too. And guess what? Nothing will happen to us. Then when shit starts hitting the fan, we'll send our chief out, our lieutenant out to do a little ASMR announcement full of lies. And still not shit going to happen to us. That was the point of this. To show, to wield that power. To wield that power against Ben and his friends who were not doing anything wrong, especially at the moment they were inside the Airbnb. What happened to the Legos? I thought they were supposed to find something about a Lego. They didn't even mention a freaking Lego in the whole affidavit. The judge should have asked about that. That pulls him into the RICO, if you're asking me. Part of a corrupt criminal conspiracy including the American Fork Police Department, including the judiciary. And guess where that judge went to school? BY motherfucking U. That fucking nerd, that little dweeb who signed this shit ought to be burned at the stake. It's my opinion. I didn't need a sea or stone to see that. Tell you that. Anyway, don't send any hate or contact anyone mentioned here. That was obviously hyperbole. And I'm allowed to speak my mind. Based on this information, so really what information do we really have? A wrong date, a confusing layout of facts, some of which are demonstrably untrue, confusion about whether this is stalking or harassment, a confusion about why on earth the fence situation had to do with anything, a random third party in the mix. Oh, wait, it's the homeowner, the Wellses is, but we're not going to tell you if it's the he or the she. We're just going to say they. So from what I can tell, put a 1 in the chat if this is not particular enough to you as a reasonable person. Tell me, number 1, if this is not particular enough to pass constitutional muster, because I'm putting a 1 in the chat. What the hell? What about the Legos? We didn't even mention Legos. This is just a pretextual, unconstitutional farce. It's a farce. It is a farce. Sorry, I had to check my text messages. Okay. Okay, so he declares under penalty of perjury. That's going to come back and bite him in his non-existent ass. I declare under criminal penalty. That everything up there was true and correct. Girl, it was 2 pages, not even 2 full pages. And the man got so much stuff wrong. What's this March 3rd? What's the March 3rd? It made it seem like this has been an ongoing stalking and harassment for weeks. They're using words like victim, harassment, stalking. He's arranging people to go to the victim's residence. He said it is known. That's not true. He doesn't know that. If he does, why didn't he provide evidence? It would be very easy. He could just say, pursue based on an Instagram post where he was telling people to come based on a blah, blah, blah. He didn't say that. Yeah, a great question. Grobsop. Why isn't the FBI involved? They kind of are. And it seems like maybe they don't have really that much incentive to investigate this because one of their little special agents, their former special agents, is in business with Josh Johnson, the supposed victim in this case. His partner at Fortress Management, still to this day, right now listed as members. Both of them are members. He's a former special agent of the FBI, Art McComber. Maybe that's why the FBI doesn't want to get involved, because maybe there really is something to this whole Mormon mafia allegation being made. That does not mean every Mormon. I know personally some Mormons, and I like them. They're my friends. So I'm not trying to say, it's every Mormon that's in the Mormon mafia, but I do think it is possible that some of these people go on little mission trips together. They, arrange their kids to get married to each other. They go to church together. And just by virtue of knowing each other, going to the same school with each other, going to the missions with each other, some of them do utilize and capitalize on those connections. I think it is possible that might be what is actually going on here. The CIA and the FBI are absolutely crawling with Mormons. They make very good agents. They can speak languages. They know how to act. They know how to be presentable. They pretty much they're not doing they usually can pass a drug test. They're usually not doing a whole bunch of drugs. They're not, super rebellious and acting crazy. And this is totally a generalization. Of course, there's exceptions. And of course, they'll be screwing over their own people too. I don't think that these people have a lot of loyalty. It's more like, do our interests align? Do our interests align in scaring the shit out of YouTubers who think they're going to come to American Fork or anywhere in Utah and investigate us and our business practices and all our legally minds and all our stealing Legos from old people? No. Oh, no. We got to make a stand. We got to make a showing. That's what Ammon said. Something has to happen because we have to show. People aren't going to be able to come over here and do this. That's against the law. That's unlawful. That's unconstitutional. And that's where you start to venture into mafia territory. I mean, interesting, Sarah. Sarah said, in Mormon, I'm assuming you're LDS or were, the politeness is deceiving. Well, that's probably why they make good agents. In Mormonism, we kind of figure out which ones are predators, but we are taught that their possibility of repentance and our forgiveness is more important. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. I think everybody can turn over a new leaf. I really do. I really do. The question becomes, is that person going to turn over a new leaf? And we don't have to be the judge, jury, and executioner. You know, God, at the end of the day, yeah, maybe God will make those decisions. However, when you live in a society and you have availed yourself to the laws of that society, you need to follow the law. And so you can forgive somebody and they still need to go ahead and pay the piper when it comes to in the court system. I know you're probably in agreement with that, but I just wanted to comment, make a comment on it. Grew up but left. Y'all, somebody please tell me, what is apostate? I Googled it and it said like somebody who renounced. Does apostate mean somebody who's like used to be a Mormon, but they're not a Mormon no more? That's what I'm wondering. Thanks so much to Dan for the £5 super chat. How can Josh expect anyone to believe he had reasonable fear when he told the neighbor, oh my God, I saw that this morning. What the hell was that? I saw that this morning. I had to stop doing my makeup and push my brushes aside to type down the timestamp of that moment. Oh my God. It was one of the reasons why I was like, we're just going to have to watch the footage together. How can Josh expect anyone to believe he had reasonable fear when he told the neighbor about having a stalker and said, I have a stalker. Look how sexy I am. I'm so sexy. There's so many problems with that. First of all, only sexy people get stalked? You got to be sexy to be stalked? What does the sexy have to do? Where's the correlation with that? I'm going to need that explanation first. And second of all, that's what you worried about right now? I mean, look, I do understand, like, if I'm outside and there's a whole bunch of cops in my yard and my neighbor's outside looking over, I might be like, oh, this isn't I'm not getting in trouble. I had to call. You know, like, you might want to clarify. But there is no universe in which I would say, look, I'm so sexy, I got a stalker. The man has problems. Thank you for the £5 super chat. I think it's just Scruffy Mans for the $2 super chat. If I say Donald Trump has stolen Lego, we need to have, somebody's got to go into the White House. We got to get the American Fork Police Department to knock down the door of the White House to go look for the Legos that have not been particularly described. Thank you so much to Keys for the $5 super chat. Your passion for truth and clarity is infectious. Love your coverage. That's what I'm after. I just need the truth. I just need to know somewhere close to reality and what actually happened as possible, because it ain't represented by this search warrant. Thank you for the $5. Oh my God, you are so funny, Bazinga. Thank you for the $9.99. Would the aggressive police raid on Ben's Airbnb constitute a clear religious persecution against the Church of Scientology sucks? The individuals inside were gathered for a peaceful church assembly. Bazinga, if you are not a defense attorney already, you need to sign up, because that is a very creative. That is exactly like, this is a very reckless Ben type of move right there. That's funny. Thanks so much to Head highs swell for the $4.99 super chat. Keep shining. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you to Mr. Sun Downing for the $5. It should be called BYFU if you are not from here. Thank you to Sig for the $5. They didn't even look in a cabinet or a drawer. We're going to watch the video. Thanks so much to Ben Rosenthal for the $2 super chat. Expose posted on our Ben. What actually happened? Okay, wait. Is it expose of what? Is it a Ben? I don't know what the... People are talking... What? Okay, let me see. Oh, an accounting of the situation. Okay, yeah. I'm going to have to look at that later. Oh, girl. Oh, look. I know my strengths. I know my weaknesses. I'm going to leave the accounting to the accountants, truly. Just... I think it'll be best for everyone involved. Thank you for the $2. Thank you, Glitter Cat, for the $5. Ben said the yard sign was set up so Josh would leave his property so the process server could serve him. Right. Thanks so much to Ben for the $5. There's a full-sided expose of the corporate mess published at Slightly Less Reckless Ben. I'm going to take a look at that after my live today. Exactly. This is another point. This is where the Legos are not particularly described at all. So because they weren't particularly described, I don't even know if they could have seized them. Just any stolen Lego. How are you going to know? What if there was a bunch of Legos in there? You're going to take all of them? That's another issue. I did see Ammon caught lying, or at least telling an untrue statement. And, not only Ammon. Let's not leave Matt out of this either, because he kept saying he was in a rental car. Brandon Best, he was in a rental car. He showed up in a rental car. I was like, that's not true. It was a U-Haul. There's pictures. Stupid. Okay. I am about to block the term "be careful" from my chat. I do not like being told to be careful. It feels like I'm being threatened. Like, be careful of what? Somebody going to show up at my house and kill me? Because other than that, like, leave me alone. Stop telling me to be careful. I don't like it. And I ain't scared of nothing. And I ain't scared of nobody. Nothing and nobody. Packed up and prayed up and ready to go up. When my number gets punched, it gets punched. Till then, would you mind if I just exercise my rights real quick? Anyway. So this was executed at 5:11 p.m. by Cole Richardson. Here's the actual search warrant. Okay, so search warrants have to have particular description. They have to be only given by the judge upon a showing of probable cause. The showing can come from an affidavit, but it cannot come from some random anonymous source. It has to be named, particularly, specifically, where did the tip come from? What are the circumstances under which you got the tip? None of that was described. This is a wholly deficient, unconstitutional warrant, in my opinion. In my opinion. Oh, be careful. Don't mess up the computer. Well, hopefully it won't. Hopefully it won't. Okay. So what we just read was the affidavit. The affidavit is supposed to be providing the basis for this warrant. He didn't describe anything. What Legos were stolen? What tip was he given? The only thing he said he got was a video that showed that Ben walked into the Airbnb. Now, here's something interesting here. The homeowner also, and then the pages aren't numbered. Now, this is cut off here. Any stolen merchandise was unlawfully acquired. So, I mean, it does look like there is like a little bit of a glitch with this where, you know, things can maybe get cut off a little bit, but like a whole sentence, the homeowner also, and then it goes away. And so I'm like, wait, the homeowner also what? The homeowner also. I think it's pretty important. Is a page missing here? Or is it just a line? Did this cockroach just fail to finish his affidavit? Does someone have a fuller version of this? Did my computer glitch because I clicked on too many links? Somebody tell me. Based on this information, he requests a search warrant at 891 North 150 West. So that's the affidavit. Here is the warrant. County of Utah. Proof by affidavit, which we just read, and I'm not going to, I know I'm already beating a dead horse. There's no proof in that warrant. He doesn't provide proof. We went through sentence by sentence, line by line. There is no proof. The only thing there is vague, ambiguous statements, and some of them are actually false. That's it. There's no proof there. There's none. There's no proof of anything. He didn't describe a Lego. He didn't say a Lego was reported missing. There is no proof. It is a deficient warrant. It is unconstitutional. Constitutionally deficient. It does not pass muster. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. No. The judge should not have signed off on this, but he did. Proof by affidavit made upon oath, under criminal penalty, by the way. Subscribed under criminal. Yeah, exactly. Can y'all tell I like drilled some of this stuff in my head? This was one of the things in law school I really enjoyed. I loved constitutional criminal procedure. State of Utah having been made to me by Officer Cole Richardson, I am satisfied, the judge says, that there's probable cause. Well, there isn't. So you need to go back to law school. I don't know what they teaching them over there, because it ain't the Constitution. On the premises known as 891 North 150 West, American Fork, Utah, 84003, further described as a gray in color single residence home, the entrance to this home is a basement rental separated from the main floor. This warrant will only be served on the basement part of the residence. Yeah, they will only bust in and basically threaten to kill completely innocent people in the basement. Because their special friends upstairs, the Mormons, upstairs, they're not going to bust in their house. No. They're just going to go in the basement and threaten to kill all the people in the basement. So that's okay, right? This warrant will only be served on the basement. Address is 891 North 150 West in American Fork. Not in American Fork, in American Fork Police. What? The person described as Benjamin Paul Schneider with his date of birth. Okay, so I'll give him that. The person is particularly described. The vehicle, 2012 black Chevy Malibu, fine. That is particularly described, although I don't think the probable cause has been shown. What items? They have a search warrant, right? They have a search warrant to search for fucking what? Excuse my language. What are they searching for? What are they searching for? It is constitutionally required. It is literally written in 1770 freaking something. Constitutionally required that the items to be seized must, shall, it is not an option, shall be particularly described. They didn't even put a bunch of Legos. That would not be enough. They didn't even put that. What items are you going to go in there and the search warrant? There is a search warrant. What are you searching for? Nothing. Imagine the cops show up with guns at your house. We have a search warrant. Okay, for what? Let me look. None. What did they want to come out of this house with? It's an arrest warrant. That's what they wanted. They just wanted the judge to give them permission to arrest Ben. But they didn't have enough. They didn't have enough for a search warrant. And they did not have enough for an arrest warrant either. However, At least an arrest warrant could have been like, oh, we have reason to believe he's, bringing the people. We have to question him. He was on FaceTime. Why did they go for the search warrant? It's because they wanted to scare the hell out of these people. They wanted to let them know their power. They wanted to escalate that. Now, don't even forget, please. They've already done a side of the road heroin drug search. They've arrested somebody for being supposedly drunk who never drank in their life and had a 0% blood alcohol level. Like, this is like a whole pattern of practice. We're only talking about one aspect today, or right now. The arrest warrant wouldn't let them go in the house and pull guns on everybody in the posse. Everybody there exercising their rights, they wanted to scare them all. They wanted to chill everyone's speech. They wanted to abuse the whole group and let them know just how powerful they are. And what's not lost on me is this is right next to that troubled teen place, Provo Canyon, where Bahad Bahabi went and Paris Hilton went and they abused those kids. Let me find out Provo Canyon, the abused teen school, the little teen prison camps they have over there. This is how they treat those kids too. Now, Sheldon made a great point last night. Ben is a grown man. I know he kind of acts like, unassuming. And he's not like a physically imposing person, but he's 30 years old. He's not a kid. He's not a teenager. He's a grown man. Got me scared to go to Utah. I am not staying in an Airbnb, I can tell you that. Huh. Nope. Not really scared, but let the record reflect. The whole entire town of American Fork is going to go bankrupt if they try to mess with me like this. It's going to be no money left. So all the citizens and all the residents, y'all better let them know. If I come over there to Utah and they treat me like this, the whole town's going bankrupt. Y'all not going to have no money for your county fair because it's coming to me. Thanks so much to Pyrex for the $4.99. Wait, single family residence? Does Ryan have this property zoned and permitted? Rent can't be collected on an unpermitted or improperly permitted property. Well, Pyrex, somebody that knows more than me about the situation should look into that and let me know. Thank you. I read that on what? So if they're looking for illegal pics on a computer, on. That's where the description would go. Looking for is the next paragraph. Well, which item? On which item? It should be, at least they should say the basement. We're going to look through the basement, the closets, the under the couch. But they don't have enough information to describe it. All they have is a video that shows he went in. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you, oh my Lord, for the $10 super chat. Thank you. Intimidation of a victim. They are creating in real time. That's what it looks like to me. Thanks so much, Kitty Soft, for the $9.99. BJ, you seriously are such a force for truth and us. The people adore and appreciate you all. Also, you look so gorgeous today, per usual. Thank you. Thank you, Northern Rep, for the $5 Canadian. Thank you so much to Hornet Gags. Did they show the occupants the warrant, which I thought was, what's SOP? Standard operating procedure. This is why you want it out of state court and into federal. Greetings from the UK. I don't know yet. I haven't watched the video that closely yet. We're going to watch that next. Thank you for the £4.99. Shout out to the UK cousins in the chats. Thanks so much to Pyrex for the $4.99. Single family residence. Does Ryan have this properly zoned? Right. We need somebody needs to look into that. Thank you, Salt and Exile, for the $10. Strangely enough, I just emailed you information about a new report about a private school in the area and Temple and. Oh, okay. I'll have to take a look at that. I'm not coming in as a tornado. I would rather describe myself as a hurricane. Category 6. Somebody said I'm a Utah and in remission. Okay, so in the city of American Fork, there's certain property, any stolen merchandise, specifically Lego merchandise. Did he give any reason to believe that there would be Lego merchandise, stolen or otherwise, in the house? No. This corrupt judge just made an unlawful warrant issued. They think that this stolen Lego merchandise was used for the purpose of committing stalking, which makes no sense. That makes no sense. Absolutely none whatsoever. They've already tried to find like drugs. They've already tried to accuse these guys of doing drugs. They've already tried to accuse them of having, all kinds of stuff, doing things, this, that, and the other thing, stalking, harassing. They just really can't find anything. So now they're just making shit up. There's fantasizing. And the judge is going right along with it. And so let's take a look. Who signed this on the 11th day of March 2026 at 5:37 p.m.? Working overtime. District Court Judge Roger W. Griffin. Shall we take a look at his bio before we get into the body camera footage? I'd like to do that. That's him right there. There he goes. That's him right there. The corrupt, stupid, ignorant, clueless, looking like maybe perhaps genetically defective District Judge Robert W. Griffin. Judge Roger W. Griffin was appointed to the 4th District Court in June 2014 by Governor Gary R. Herbert. He serves Juab, I don't know, girl, I don't know what that means, Millard, Utah, and Wasatch counties. He obtained his law degree from BYU. Oh, girl, they're not teaching them the Constitution over there. We're going to need them to start teaching constitutional law at BYU. I'm just so sorry. And he graduated in 1993. Who else is about that age? I digress. He received his Bachelor of Arts in what? We don't know. From Utah State in 1989. Prior to his judicial appointment, he was the chief litigation officer for a multi-state law firm. Was it Fortune Law? While in private practice, the judge was selected as a legal elite by Utah Business Magazine. I don't care. That's just, people just buy those spots. That don't mean nothing to me. He also served as a mentor for the Utah State Bar Association's new lawyer training program. In 2008, he was appointed chair of the board of trustees for American Fork Library and served 6 years in that capacity. In 2014, he received the Outstanding Community Service Award from American Fork City. Well, I mean, is community service like allowing unconstitutional warrants to issue? Because that looks like that needs to be revoked. Legal elite indeed. Oh my God, Lego Creation, thank you for the $5. Go study. You can watch this later. I'm trying to work on my finals for my classes, but this is more interesting. I know the feeling. I've been there, but you need to study and make your good grades. Thank you, Cora, for the $5. That's what it looked like to me. I mean, there's a certain look people start to get when they're inbred for too many generations. I'll just leave it at that. It's giving Habsburg. It's giving turtle. That's my opinion. I'm not a Mormon. I don't have to follow that code of you got to always be polite and always be nice. I'm not a Mormon, so I'm going to call things like what I think. That's the reason I don't practice a religion, because I don't want nobody saying, oh, you're not being a good Mormon. You're not being a good Christian. You're not being a good... Shut up. Worry about yourself. Thank you so much to Cherry for the $9.99. I want to know if you caught that. Ben described Josh as a lawyer to the cops. Yes. I did catch that. And somebody sent me some total external evidence, too, of some people doing a stream or a video about it. And they were saying, oh, look this guy up. Oh, he's a lawyer. So that's further proof, and I'm going to add it to the complaints that I make to the various state bar associations on Joshua Aaron Johnson of American Fork, Utah. I'm going to add that as evidence showing that consumers are actually believing, based on this man's representations, that he is a lawyer. Thank you for the $9.99. Thanks so much to Glitter Cat for the $10 super chat. Ben and crew were always polite. No, I didn't see that. Ben and crew were always polite and cooperative. Can you imagine how bad this could have gone otherwise? I think they wanted to kill him, and I think they were looking for a reason to. That's my opinion. And I think they would have gotten away with it if they did. So thank God that Ben was polite, because, I mean, these people are like a killing squad. They're like a criminal killing squad. That's what it looks like to me. Looks like they were ready to pull them triggers. They walked in the house with it up, with the guns up. Don't make any sudden moves. Your brains might be decorating the side of the wall when the American Fork Police Department gets done with you. And then guess what? They'll have their cucked ass chief stand up there and say you were manipulating your phone, which was a lie. And say the case had already been served. No, it hadn't. That was a lie. They will stand up there and lie for each other. That's why I'm here. I'm not going to let them get away with it. I'm not going to let them get away with it. They work for us. Thank you for that $10. Thank you to Spotuk Gmail for the £4.99. I assume you will check the arrest report too. The probable cause all relies on things in the interrogation, which didn't even happen at the time of arrest. That's crazy. They're crazy. I don't know if I have that though. Thank you for the £4.99. I'll look. So this guy right here, I mean, he's in the club, far as I could tell. He issued an unconstitutional warrant. Look at the other, this is the other judge. He's on one of the cases. I think this guy's on one of the cases too. I mean, these two could be clones of each other. Look how much they look alike. This looks like one of Fluke's Fooglies from the Spy Kids. Howell. I think this one right here is on, I think she's on one. Oh, no, it's him. Thomas Lowe is on one of the cases. So these are the judges we're dealing with. Oh my God. Oh my God. Where did they pull that thing up from? Oh my God. I can't even look at it too long. Oh, it's giving me scalp chills. Oh no, ma'am. Oh, they walk among us. Oh, they walk among us. Oh no. Oh no. Ain't one judge on here I'd want to sit down and eat a dinner with. Not one. No. They all look possessed by demons. All of them look like they need the assistance of the seer stone. I'll just say that. Okay. That's my opinion. So shall we get into the actual, body camera footage? Oh, there was this other Brady list thing, but I think you have to pay. Do you have to pay to look at the Brady list? Because I think in that man does look like a thumb. Not I Just Died LLC. See, I don't want to buy. It's $99. But look at this. It says the American Fork Police Department presents a heightened Brady Giglio concern because recent public reporting identifies disputed enforcement actions involving traffic stops, searches, seizure of a phone as evidence, a residential search warrant that reportedly produced no stolen property. That's what we're talking about today. And public departmental defense of officer conduct in a viral matter involving Reckless Ben. The department's current chief is Cameron Paul, who was promoted from interim chief after the prior chief, Darren Falslev, look, he's got false in his name, retired. The department's leadership response aggravates the concern because American Fork Police Department has refused or failed to fully identify its involved officers by complete legal name and headshot, impairing public review, defense investigation, officer-specific impeachment tracking, and meaningful Brady accountability. The recent controversy arose from a disputed Lego-related civil conflict that became the basis for stalking, targeted residential picketing, disorderly conduct, and criminal trespass charges. Public reporting identified Officer Cockroach Richardson, Officer Hawkins, and Officer Fraughton. Hawkins and Fraughton. Girl, I'm fraughtened, all right? In the chain of stops, searches, and evidence-related actions, also Tonga. Don't forget Tonga. While also reporting that the latter vehicle search produced no illegal substances. So they did a search warrant on the house, no stolen property. Search warrant on the car, or a search on the car without a warrant, no illegal substances. No stolen property was found or seized. The department also presents an independent credibility concern because Detective Bronson Kitchen reportedly apologized to Aaron Booker after an improper traffic stop, admitting that the basis for the stop was wrong and that he escalated the encounter improperly by threatening to have this person's window broken. So they're going through like other high-profile stuff, including Lackluster, going over the American Fork, other tyranny, other corruption, and other police brutality and police, what's the word I'm looking for? Bad actions, perhaps breaking the law. What the fuck are these names? I want to know. So just one more time, I want you to get a good look at this one, because he's the one that issued the unconstitutional warrant. That's him right there. Please don't contact anybody mentioned. Please don't contact any turtles, any aliens, any reptilians mentioned in this video, nor any humans, okay? If somehow he is one of those, don't contact. So let's go and start actually watching the search, the raid, the SWAT incident, shall we? Okay, so it's actually, we have two different body camera angles of this incident. One's 12 minutes long, one is 22. So we're going to start with the 12-minute, 27-second long one. This is March 11th, the same day of the search warrant application, same day of the search warrant. How did they go over here and get this? Wait a second. 1747. That's 5:47 p.m., right? And then the search warrant. Yeah, I mean, they were just 10 minutes later. Okay. So the search warrant issued at 5:37. The cop shows up outside the house 5:47. All right, 10 minutes after the warrant, here they are. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I got the volume right. Hold on. Who's he messaging? He just sends a text message. It is blurry. Okay, this is the guy. He just got the search warrant. He's in an unmarked car. He's in a Ford. Oh, hold on. Sorry. It was 19 seconds. I'll rewind it so y'all can see it. He's sending a text message 10 minutes after the warrant is applied for. I guess somebody just probably, you can't see what's on his phone, but I'm assuming somebody has texted him, hey, go ahead. Go start the SWAT. Start the raid. We got the warrant. The bullshit, unconstitutional, illegal warrant. We got it. Go in there, guns blazing, buddy. And look at the truck he's sitting in. It's a normal, unmarked, white Ford. Looks like a F-150. He sends a text. Locks his phone. Okay. Who's that? That's, Who's in the car? That is a woman. That is a woman. Who's in this truck? Is this maybe the homeowner? Is it maybe Wendy? Look at that hand right there. Who is that? Who is the woman sitting in this unmarked police truck? Is it the Airbnb owner and the mafia conspiring? I don't know. Somebody tell me, whose hand does that belong to? Put a 2 in the chat. Has anybody pointed this hand out? This must be the they. They LLC. Has anyone pointed this hand out? I'm just noticing it right now. I haven't seen this hand before. I haven't watched this before. Whose body camera is this? He's sitting in an unmarked car. Again, let me check out the particularly described. Let me check out the warrant that's supposed to particularly describe this. Let me see who this cop is. Officers contacted the homeowner of the Airbnb to inquire about video footage. The homeowner was cooperative and provided video footage of him walking into the basement at exactly 5:58 hours that day. How? It didn't even happen yet. The timeline's a lie too, as can be evinced by the body cam. He said exactly 15:58 hours. Oh, 3:58. Okay, excuse me. All right, no, that's not a lie. Okay, y'all, numbers really freak me out. Okay, they really mess with me. So anytime I say anything about a number, just a grain of salt. All right. Okay, so 3:58. 3:58 is when he walked into the house. 3:58. So the homeowner also, I don't know. An unmarked, this is what the police, this is what the search warrant affidavit says. An unmarked police unit went to the address of 891 North 150 West in American Fork to scope out the area. Well, to scope out the area, who is in the truck with him? Who is in the truck with him? This body camera belongs to the same cop that said the owner was in his truck. Then this is the woman who owns the Airbnb. We're going to find out. The cop did mention the person being in their truck. Well, this looks like a woman's hand to me. Looks like a woman's hand. And it does seem like a very woman, I'm a woman, I could say it, thing to do. Oh yeah, let's come in. I'll sit in your truck with you and I'll tell you about she ain't going to be out there showing her face. What is this? Why is this woman sitting in this truck? The time of the search warrant is 10 minutes ago. Hold on. 5:11, so it'd be 17:11. And then the search warrant issued, that was the affidavit, and the search warrant issued March 11th, 5:37. 5:37 p.m. is when the search warrant issued. 10 minutes freaking later. 10 minutes after it was issued by Judge Robert W. Griffin or whatever, Roger Griffin from BYU Law, where they don't teach the Constitution clearly. The man was sitting out there. They knew they were going to get this search warrant. They knew. They had this lady sitting in here. I am shocked to see this woman's hand. Why isn't she listed on the police report? Okay, where's the police report? 2 hours. The whole thing. From the time Sheldon gets arrested to the time they're swatting Ben is about 2 hours goes by. Even though this idiot cockroach said that it was on March 3rd, which was a material misstatement. I think it was an intentional lie, but I don't know. Ooh, I'm aggravated. This stuff gets me burnt up. Okay, so much information in the first 6 seconds. You can see her. You can see her reflection, her blonde hair in the reflection here. Look. Watch, I'm going to go back. Watch her reflection. She's just running her mouth. She's just yapping that jaw. They better add her to the RICO. If Ben's watching this, I hope he adds the Airbnb owner. He sues her for eavesdropping, voyeurism, violating his expectation of privacy. I hope she's never allowed to rent another thing with Airbnb or anybody else. She ought to be on a watch list, this crazy fucking bitch. Wendy. In my opinion, that's who I think it is. You could see her talking to him in the reflection. When people say I use my autism for good, this is what they talking about. Who's noticing reflections? Me and just a select few others. Look at her. Look. You can see, look at her talking. She's talking. Look, sunglasses, long blonde hair, straight. F-150, a white F-150 spying on him. For what? For walking into an Airbnb that he rightfully, lawfully rented. With the owner of the Airbnb, in my opinion, is what looks like to me, sitting right in there with him, with the cops. I think this raises it to the Airbnb owner was acting as an agent of the police. I think this is so illegal. It's my opinion. Where's the volume? Now he turns it on after his little chit chat with whoever was in that truck.
Hey, they're probably going to be quick to film. They're probably going to be quick to...
Look at this. This is insane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The warrant just issued 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago. This Gestapo, the private personal security, the killing squad, shows up with their guns ready to kill. And they're warning each other about filming. Forget about the fact that they all have body cameras on. They're all going to be filming. But what do, though? We know what they do. They turn off their volume. God forbid somebody film you while you're violating their freaking rights and terrorizing them with guns.
Phones out, so just be aware of that.
Be aware. Don't do any of your regular criminal activity because you might be on camera. And we're not going to be able to just delete the body camera footage and audio like usual.
Go down. Low. Basement access, west side.
All this for some Legos, by the way. That was the big probable cause that they told the judge they needed to roll up like this. This one has his gun in his hand. For some Legos. For some Legos. Which aren't even like... Nobody took the Legos except Bricks and Minifigs as representatives. Okay, that's obvious. We all know that. However, let's say Ben had some Legos that were stolen in his house. This is so unreasonable in proportion to some possible Legos that were not particularly described. They didn't say which Legos, where Legos. They didn't give any reason why they believed that the Legos were in there to the judge. And these guys are rolling in like a freaking bomb squad for some Legos. Not $200,000 worth of Legos. Just go in there and take a look around and see if maybe there's some Legos. This one has his gun unholstered in his hand. Bulletproof vest.
Going to the back. We're all going to the back because that's the only access. Okay, and there's no windows up here. Correct. And
these cops deserve every freaking bit of the transparency and accountability that they have been dealing with. And I think they might deserve more. Do not contact or send hate to anybody. I mean, unless you want to peacefully redress your grievances by filing reports and complaints.
Or on the inside that'll separate. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're good.
I'm trying to hear what they're saying. I mean, they're just they're stomping so loudly in these rocks.
There's no way out.
There's no way out. They acknowledge that they're about to trap these people in there with guns. For what? Cause what? Again, I spent 2 hours on the freaking probable cause affidavit and the search warrant because I just really want to drive home the point. This is not reasonable. 1 or 2 cops showing up. Okay. Like, it's so far beyond what's reasonable. There's no way out. Look at them. Like they're going into freaking SEAL Team 6, going to get Osama bin Laden or something.
Right now. Let's go. Step outside.
Look at the cockroach. This one right here is the cockroach. This is the one that made the affidavit for the search warrant. Look how eager this creature is. This is terrifying. He should be in a cage for this. Indefinitely.
Cuff.
Step outside, everybody.
Cuff.
Everybody step outside.
No. Don't move like that. You understand?
And apparently Ben's shoulder got dislocated on this. Look at the cat.
Don't move like that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Fuck you and your ugly ass Mama.
Okay. Oh, can I? Don't move quick.
Don't move like that. How about don't violate my constitutional rights, cuck?
Everybody just chill.
Everybody just chill. We're just going to stand here with semi-automatic weapons. We're going to manhandle you. We're going to unlawfully, illegally take your shit. There's nothing you can do about it, but you better stay chill or we might kill you.
Are we all going to prison today? Be serious.
It's not how it works. Let go. Thank you.
He was recording. Can't wait to see that on YouTube.
Is anybody else in the house? I don't think so. You can
I can't take off my bag now. Okay.
Not your camera, just the battery. Widen your stance for me, please. Step forward, please. Right here. Gonzalez, take this one.
Please. How about like let your voice fully change first before you try to be a police officer. Listen to this little squealing.
Step forward, please. Right here. Gonzalez, take this one.
American Park Police Department, make yourself known.
American Fork, please. Can we get a real man on the scene real quick? Not a pubescent, adolescent.
Sit down. Yep. Just keep this stuff away from him.
This is why I'm here, by the way. This is why I'm here.
This is his right here.
That one's mine. Oh no, that one's
Let's go over here. Security?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, let's see them look for these Legos. Let's see them look for the stolen merchandise. The stolen merchandise. While that crazy bitch is sitting in the F-150 unmarked police as an agent of the police, what it looked like to me, while that crazy bitch, who I believe is the owner of this Airbnb, sits with her fake blonde hair in the sun over there. Let's see them look for the stolen merchandise, shall we? Okay, so looking for some Legos. Looking for some Legos. Oh, obstruction of evidence. The cop just obstructed evidence. He just tampered with the scene of a crime and he needs to be arrested for it. He should be arrested for it. Did you see him put the GoPro camera down like that? These people are criminals, in my opinion, and they need to be prosecuted to the highest and fullest extent of the law. Who? I want to see who. Let me see if I can try to see who he just texted. Look, destruction of evidence, tampering with a crime scene. Didn't even have gloves on. Okay. What does that say? Oh, man. Let me see if I have it in the playback. I mean, these body cams only record in 720. Golly. Adam? After. This word says after, I think. He said something, and then someone did like an iPhone reply. You see what I mean? Like a react. Like an exclamation or a laughing face or something. Somebody ought to request these text messages. I mean, he's obviously using this phone within the course of his duties. Who's he been texting? Can't tell. It's too blurry. I think these cops also put like screens on their phone, like protectors. SLL2. Like L2 bricks? Oh, L2, LT, L1, SL. Fraughton. That says Fraughton. So that's one of the cops on this case. There's Laycock. CP. Or C something. Looks like CP to me. Sorry, I want to get to the details here. I want to see everything. He just counted 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's about to respond to someone telling him how many people he got. What does it say? Christopher Paul, maybe? He's counting 2, 3, 4. Cameron? CP. Cameron. Looks like Cameron. Cameron Paul. Who's Cameron Paul? Cameron Paul, American Fork. It's the chief. The chief. We did read that. American Fork. Lieutenant Cameron Paul. That's the one. That's the freaking one in the thumbnail. Yeah, him. This guy. That's him. So he's getting texted from the scene. Why do they all have that Habsburg jaw? Maybe they ought to introduce some different genetics sometime soon. But I mean, girl, that's up to them. That's up to them. That's him. He's getting texted right now. There's the cockroach. The little cockroach. You see the little cockroach scurrying? That's him. Look, who's he? I need his name too while we at it. Ooh, this pisses me off. Texting the lieutenant that he had gotten the 5 people. Here comes this freaking traitor.
Just go hang out with them. Thank you.
Go hang out? No, I don't feel like it. Oh my God. Oh my God. I cannot stand them.
No forced entry engaged when we were walking out, 5 in custody. We got the main target in custody as well.
The main target of what? We just read the search warrant from 10 minutes ago. What was he a target of? Walking into his Airbnb. There was no proof. There was no evidence. There was no indication that he had stolen anything. But he was a target. And look at the cockroach. Look at the cockroach. Look at him. He's got his AK-47 or whatever in the hell, ready to blow somebody's damn brains out if need be. This is really, I mean, what is the reason for an automatic weapon? Is it to go hunting? No, it's to kill. It is designed to kill. Listen to me, the little scrawny ass bitch, cockroach, or I will kill you. That is what is being said here. I will kill you. And I will face no consequences. That's what's being said here. Does it look like they made a meaningful search for any stolen Lego items to you? Put a 2 in the chat if no. We're also going to watch the cockroach's body cam, or one of them.
Okay. That's everything we do. Yeah, just check around, make sure.
Now, we got the target. Doesn't sound to me like we found the Legos, which is supposed to be the target of this investigation, right? They didn't even ask about a Lego. Do y'all have any Legos in here? Yes, I did see this, and it was crazy. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Did you see the case of the lady that was harassed by the American Fork Police Department because her neighbor reported that she cornered her at the temple? Yes, I did, and that was crazy. Something is wrong with these psychopaths. I don't want to go over there to American Fork, I can tell you that. They kill you first and ask questions later, it seems like. Thank you to Zoom with Smokey for the $10 super chat. They had the search warrant to enter the Airbnb because Ben didn't own the Airbnb. They can't enter the Airbnb with arrest warrant. They have a search warrant. I know, and we talked about this already. Thank you for the $10. We already talked about this. The reason for this search warrant instead of an arrest warrant was to intimidate. It's my opinion. It was to scare people that they might die if they keep looking into this. That's my opinion from what we've read today. So look at these little cockroaches scurrying. Look at the vermin scurrying and scattered about. Look at the vermin. They're just walking around like the vermin, the filth and the trash that they are.
Don't see anything else.
Sorry,
I
you're
don't see anything else. We got our target.
broken.
Get out of here. Included in the warrant are Legos.
Okay, we're good for now, and I'll.
He's smiling. He thinks it's funny. The cockroach thinks it's funny. Included in the warrant are the Legos. Watch him. Watch him smile. He's going to smile and laugh. He thinks it's funny. This is the one that wrote the warrant affidavit. Included in the warrant are the Legos.
That's
Everything we do. Yeah, just check around, make sure we don't see anything else.
Sorry, yours is broken.
Get out of here.
Check around and make sure we don't see anything else. They're looking for any reason to arrest these people. They're looking for drugs. They're looking for contraband, but they didn't include any of that in the search warrant.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
Okay, we're good for now, and I'll coordinate with detectives. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Now what? What's he got? A missed call from the lieutenant.
Stars.
Stuffers. Laugh. Tanner. Cole Richardson, cockroach right there. Adam Stammers.
Bye.
Missed call from the chief.
Stars.
Is that who he called? Stammers? Adam Stammers? Looks like he's calling Sean Letts. Lot? Adam Stammers, AS. Yeah, he's calling Adam Stammers. Let me take a look at who that is, shall we? Maybe it's Alan? Who is Adam Stammers? Let me do Utah. I'm not finding that he exists. Okay, I guess let's just see what he says then. He calls Adam. Right, that looks like Adam to me, right? Sorry, I don't know how to make that go away. There we go. Looks like Adam Stammers, and he said Stammers. So let's just see what he says.
Everyone out?
Fuck you.
Okay. All right, let's transport the PD.
Hey, we got 5 in custody. Yes, main target's in custody.
Main target. I thought the main target was the Legos. They didn't even appear to really look for the Legos. Where's that psycho bitch inside the car? Are we going to get to see her interrogation? I want to know who that was. Who was that?
So I don't know if we need anything else here at the Airbnb. I also don't know who Warren is looking for, but we're taking them all to the PD.
Press comma and period to go frame by frame. Okay, thank you. Okay, I didn't know. Okay. Wait, so will comma goes backwards and the period will go forward? Oh, yeah. Okay. New hack unlocked. Thank you.
I don't, I'm usually carrying a knife on me, so I don't think I have
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have to turn it up a little bit. Sorry for your ears.
White male, long blonde hair, white male, short facial hair,
So I think that's Ben and Sheldon.
a female.
God, who is Adam Stammers? I just want to look up one more thing. Who is it? Why is he being called here?
Blonde and dark hair, and then another male with short brown hair. Yes.
That's a fact.
She's got black and blonde hair.
Dude, I thought mine was
Yeah. Do you want us to bring them down, or do you want to come up here? We have property up here with them too, so I don't know.
Okay, it would be significantly easier.
Okay. Yeah, we can use a holding cell. Okay.
For what?
Sounds
For
good.
literally what?
We'll bring them down. Okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Somebody
Hey,
over
Sean,
there said I've never been swatted before.
separate the one in blue from the rest of them. His property's behind him.
Separate the one in blue, the one who's exercising his rights the most. Separate him.
We just put him in the car first. Okay.
These freaking
Sounds good.
pigs.
Thanks. Okay, see ya. Bye. This is his stuff, Tonga.
Tonga. This cat.
There's a camera. Don't drop that. Yeah. You good? Yep. Okay.
We don't want to do that.
That's Tonga.
Okay.
Now who's he's calling? Y'all, all of this happened this is still within the 30 minutes that followed that warrant actually being issued by the judge, by the way. It was applied for at 5:11. It was granted at 5:37, and it's now 5:54 in the video.
He's got my cuffs too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I'm saying like that.
There's the sign. I stole a dying man's life savings. There's the sign. Someone texted him a picture of the sign. Now, was that sign in the search warrant? No. It was mentioned. It was mentioned. But the items that they can seize only include Legos and Ben. And the car.
Hey, I have my bag in there. Are you locking that up?
I am locking this up.
Can I get my bag out at least?
Where is your bag?
The question is are we coming back here? Or am I getting my stuff? Or are we leaving?
So right now, just so you're aware, I can't answer all that stuff.
Okay.
So we're right now, the plan is to take the police department.
Listen to him mouth breathing. You can hear it. Listen.
Right now,
I'm going to turn it up, so watch your ears. But I want you to hear the mouth breathe. Listen.
I can't answer all that stuff.
Okay.
So we're right now, the plan is to take the police department.
What in the Neanderthal hell is that? Close your mouth, pig. Close your mouth, porky. Ugh.
That's kind of where we're at. And, as far as like everything that's happening, I can't tell you that. I don't know if we're going to jail. I don't know if we're going to jail. If you bring back here, I can't tell you all that.
How does he have the code to get into this house? He didn't mention that. How does he have the code to get in here? How does he have the code? Watch him.
That's kind of where we're at. And, as far as like everything that's happening, I can't tell you that. I don't know if we're going to jail. I don't know if we're going to jail. If you bring back here, I can't tell you all that.
Look.
I'm gonna lock the door right there. I just pressed the lock key. So if you guys get released, then you can figure out to get your property with the owner of the Airbnb. Okay?
Who's down the street in the truck, by the way? In my opinion, it's what looked like to me with her little bony skeleton hand.
But you saw we didn't come out with anything else.
Nope, you didn't find any other property you're supposed to find. You didn't find any of that, even though it wasn't even in any way particularly described. It was very vague. They did not even come out with a single Lego brick. Not one.
We're not planning on going back in.
Yeah, because you got your target already. Criminal.
Go to the PD. We're going to figure out what we're doing, and then some of you may end up going to jail. Some of you may end up getting...
For what? For literally just associating. This is such a constitutional violation. These people are in so much trouble. And I'm talking about the cops.
We'll see what happens.
You have one in you?
Oh, yes,
In
we
your car?
will. Oh, yes, we will.
Where's his stuff? My stuff. All this file? Yeah. Okay. Is that hat yours?
No, that's my stuff.
Look at the cockroach. Look at the cockroach over there. That's the one that wrote the warrant, the unconstitutional warrant with no probable cause in it.
Sierra. Okay. Go by Sierra.
Yeah.
You're taking that all back in my pockets? No. Okay.
Can you put all that back in my pocket where you got it from? The cockroach. No.
Hi, kitty. That's a big kitty.
It's like a basketball.
Don't put your demons by that cat.
Right here. You ready? Don't have anyone yet, right? Okay.
Double cage?
We do have a double.
Those two.
You got all your stuff in your hat?
And then Sean.
Double cage. They even call it a cage. They call it a cage. The back of the car, they even call it a cage.
I also have my phone over there.
Okay. That one?
Yes, sir.
Are
you getting questioned?
Okay.
These cops are animals.
That's Sierra's bag.
And this. That one's mine. Yep. That. Oh,
I know.
that
The
backpack.
town one's
Oh, I wasn't calling him Porky because being overweight. I was calling him Porky because he's being a pig. Like, you know, a pig.
By the way, the
you wanna
tag
take
on it is because they forgot to take
him
it
up
off.
with you?
I'm going to. This is her bag.
Okay.
This is his bag.
This is illegal, by the way. It's against the law. It's unconstitutional.
Have you walk with this officer this way?
You can come around.
Or that works?
Works for me.
You have her ID still?
What?
You have her ID still?
I still have her ID.
So, Binky Sphinx said the wife's image is on the Airbnb host page, which I sent to your email. It won't open. When I open it, it's like 404 not found. And when I go to the Wayback Machine, it said that they're prohibited from saving that as a thing. The kid with the long hair is underage / a minor. Why are they laughing? What's so funny?
Have you walk with this officer this way?
You can come around.
Or that works?
Works for me.
What is so funny?
I'm going to. This is her bag.
Okay.
This is his bag.
Come on. Have you walk with this officer?
God, you can't see what it is. What is going on here? Let me turn up the brightness. It's as bright as it goes. I don't know what he's doing.
You can come around. Works for me.
You have her ID still?
What's so funny?
You have her ID still?
I still have her ID.
Let me
Okay.
put it in the back.
Yeah, let's just keep it together. And we don't lose anything.
Yeah, people, we aren't, but yeah. Okay. All right, so I'm going to hold your arm. just so
Don't
you fall
touch
there.
me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. That's how I would have handled that. Do not touch. Do not get your hands off of me. Get your hands off. Oh my God. They would have had to tase me. I would have been so out of control.
That's locked, just so you know.
Don't touch me with your disgusting hands, you cretin. You disgusting, vile creature. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Okay. Do you have a copy of the 29
Richardson does.
for the homeowner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have a copy of the what for the homeowner?
That's locked, just so you know. Okay.
That's locked, just so you know. Yeah, the phone. You know, they like to go rummaging through phones like the bottom feeders they are.
Do you have a
Parasites.
copy of the 29
Richardson does.
for the homeowner?
Copy of the 29 for the homeowner.
Okay.
The one sitting in the truck down the street or her husband? Which one? Imagine this one trying to run after a criminal. Look like the only thing he's been running after is the donut shop. Picking on little girls. Picking on YouTubers trying to get justice over Legos.
Want on your mind?
No.
Who's in yours?
Here, green shirt, long hair. I got Jack in mine. Green shirt, long hair.
Okay, yeah.
Where's Blue Hoodie?
Blue is in Jake's.
Okay. He's solo.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
good.
Yeah. And then keep him separate from the rest of them.
Put him in one of the smaller ones.
Take him straight to detectives.
He's still chuckling. Here comes the cockroach. This is the cockroach that wrote March 3rd, who needs to be fired, who needs to be in a cage himself. Somebody put this bitch in the back of a cage.
So detectives want to interview him because he's primary for our case. But Orem said they're looking for a bunch of these guys. Prova's looking for a bunch, and Sandy's looking for a bunch. So they're looking at potentially criminal usury, F2 for most of them.
Criminal usury? They're just trying to get him on something. They're just trying to get him on something. Criminal usury is charging an illegally high or exorbitant rate interest on a loan. Like when you charge too much interest. They're trying to get these children, some of whom are literally minors, for that.
And that guy with the little beard, he was the one that kept wanting to do the drone shot, and they kept telling him to get out of here. So,
Oh, the top?
29.
yeah, do you have an extra copy of the 29? I can give it to the homeowner. And then we still need to service whoever rented the Airbnb with a copy too.
Jack. Or Ben, whatever.
Okay, so just
Ben rented the Airbnb.
another one when you get down there, and then serve one on him.
Cool.
Okay. Well done. Good catch. Thank you. Sweet.
Cool. Anything else?
No, we're good.
Okay,
We're good,
are
we're
we
good.
going with holding cells and separating everybody, or what do you want?
The only one that needs to be separated is this one. What about this kid? Yeah, let's just do this. How many are there? 5?
We have 2 in our car.
So he's going to detectives. That leaves 4. We have 4 holding cells. Just separate.
what?
Yeah, let's separate.
All right, we're rolling.
All right, thanks.
By the way, 3 of the people arrested on this day, Sheldon, Sierra, and Tyler, have a GoFundMe, like a joint GoFundMe set up, and it actually is linked on Sheldon Norcross's page. And they are, I think, it appears to me they are going to be suing this police department and maybe other people. Hopefully the owner of the Airbnb too. That psychotic bitch.
Good work. Where did Sean go?
Probably down the street to be with his mistress or something.
Hey.
There goes the unmarked truck, or are they just crawling with these F-150s in Utah? That might not be it. That looks more gray.
You remember we were doing hydro with the guy with the deagle?
Huh?
Remember when we did hydro with the guy with the Desert Eagle?
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta write a note. Remember when we were doing hydro with the guy with the deagle? Remember when we were doing hydro with the guy with the Desert Eagle? No, I don't remember that. I gotta write a note. Just give me a second. Now, what is hydro? there's a lot of debate on this issue. You know, some people are saying hydro means some type of training for police. Some people are saying doing hydro means they were doing hydrocodone. They were doing drugs together. I have no idea what in the hell they mean. Who in the hell is Desert Eagle? Let me look that up. What is Desert Eagle? Maybe hydro with Desert Eagle. Hydro with Desert Eagle. Desert Eagle hydro drip. That's Tampa, though. Oh, Desert Eagle is a gun. Oh, so they were painting their guns? I don't really know what it means. I don't even want to really speculate. But he said, do you remember when we were doing hydro could be drug? People are saying drugs. I really don't know. Yeah, please do not spell out names of substances in the chat because it gets me flagged. Desert Eagle is apparently a pew-pew. Come here. Come here. Sound like you need to put the gun down and pick up the treadmill or something, girl. I mean, you need to start running up and down them hills. No breath support in the least.
Remember we were doing hydro with the guy with the deagle?
Huh?
Remember when we did hydro with the guy with the Desert Eagle?
Yeah.
This is his Airbnb. He's in my truck right now.
Oh, really?
He's in the truck too. Are they both in the truck? Or does he have female hands? This is his Airbnb. He's in the truck right now. Oh, yeah? Yeah. So funny. They're not helping themselves with the mafia allegations, I'll tell you that.
You remember we were doing hydro with the guy with the deagle?
Huh?
Remember when we did hydro with the guy with the Desert Eagle?
Yeah.
This is his Airbnb. He's in my truck right
Oh,
now.
really?
I'm not small.
Oh, yeah.
And I told people that. He was like, what the fuck? That's so funny.
When I told who that?
Desert Eagle?
Yeah.
This is his Airbnb. He's in my truck right
Oh,
now.
really?
I'm not small.
Oh, yeah.
And I told people that. He was like, what the fuck? That's
When I told Vivo that, Revo that, somebody that, he was like, what the fuck?
so funny.
Yeah, small world indeed.
Detectives are going to have Orem come and look at these guys to see, because they have video surveillance of all their guys. So we'll keep them on ice until we can start stripping resources. But it sounds like the other shifts rolled in. They're starting to take calls.
Starting to take calls, which is good.
Okay.
We'll make sure everything's cleared up.
Make sure everything's cleared up.
Yeah, it was great. And the fact that they were coming out when we were walking up. The main
It was great. That was such a great violation of all their rights. It was great, guys. Good job, guys.
had his phone recording, so I shut it off. But
Tampering.
Got a GoPro. We're out of here.
AK-47, code 4.
just gonna give him this copy of the warrant, tell him how it went.
So I think both owners were in the car. That's why they said they. He said an individual, but I think it was both. Because they did hydro with the Desert Eagle guy.
These douche
Ryan. McKean. Wells.
property. Oops.
AK-47, code 4.
Just gonna give him this copy of the warrant, tell him how it went. Or these douchebags probably have property.
I'm going to give him his copy of the warrant and tell him how it went. And something douchebag, something property. Hold on. Okay, I got to turn it all the way up again. Just watch your ears. Because I want to hear what they're saying. I can't.
We're out of here.
AK-47, code 4.
Just gonna give him this copy of the warrant, tell him how it went. Or these douchebags probably have property.
Something douchebags, something off the property. Hard to tell.
Oops.
And then he said, oops. Oops. And turns the audio off of the body cam. Oops. Oops. Indeed. Douchebags probably have property. Whoops.
AK-47, code 4.
Just gonna give him this copy of the warrant, tell him how it went. Or these douchebags probably have property. Oops. Shit.
Oops. Huh. Oops indeed. Porky. Okay, guess what? That was the 12-minute one. They got a 22-minute long one. We're going to watch that one too. Part 2, it said. Okay, I gotta go take a short restroom break real quick, and then we're gonna get started with, that's illegal, that's a class 2 misdemeanor. Confirms no probable cause. Seems like it to me. Okay, back. Man, I'm so mad at these cops. These criminals. Okay. So we're about to watch the same raid again from a different angle, and we're probably going to get a lot more info. This is March 11th. Exactly 10 minutes after the warrant was issued by the judge, and about 30 minutes-ish after this cockroach who's on the scene, Cole Richardson, did put many, in my opinion, materially false statements, misleading and ambiguous statements in his affidavit, which is supposed to be giving probable cause, but did not do so. Okay, this one's got his hand on his gun. Wait, who's that? Who's this with the green? Her. Who's she? Or yellow. Chartreuse. She just getting the police? Who is that? Who is she? Who is that? Who just got into the front seat of the police car? Who is that? Bring your daughter to work day? She's got in the front, the driver's seat. She's in the driver's seat. Yeah, who is that? Who is that? Who is that? Kind of looks like Wendy. I don't know if her hair is blonde enough. I don't think that's Wendy. The girl in the front of the other... The girl in the front of that Ford F-150 had very, very blonde hair. So these are two different women on the scene then at this point. Any day you could turn on your audio. Look how they have their hands on their guns. There's Cockroach with the semi-automatic. Here's this one looking like he's got his gun out. This one right here's got his... And none of them want to put their hands on a taser. None of them want to put their hands on a baton or the pepper spray. They went straight for semi-automatic. Look, he just golly, how fast he unhold. Who is that? Who is Chartreuse? Is she a OF worker? She's going to be servicing the team after their illegal bust or what? Why she's in the driver's seat of the cop car? Look, there goes the gun.
I'm red.
This is nuts. It's like they going in to get Bin Laden or something. Can we focus on the facts and not random speculation? Who's we? Because Roscoe, you can go do whatever in the hell you want to on your channel. I don't know if you missed the memo. This is my channel. So I'm going to do facts. I'm going to do speculation. I might do psychic visions from the mothership. If that's going to be a problem for you, you can see your way out. But what I can tell you the fact is some lady in plain clothes just got in the front driver's seat of this police cruiser, and I'm curious who it is. If you have any facts on that person's identity, I'd love to hear it. It's almost like this guy's covering his camera up.
Windows are open.
This is the first time in anybody's yard I've actually seen a camper trailer. We know we've been looking for one. We've been looking for one. Oh, there go one right there. Cougar.
Search warrant.
Why is he covering this body camera up? Put your hand down.
Right now. Let's go. Step outside. Step outside, everybody. Come on. Everybody step outside.
Don't move. Everybody just chill.
Are we all going to prison today? Just curious. Are we all like?
Works. We'll talk to you about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dang. That's pretty fine.
Is anybody else in the house? Got anything on your line?
I can't take off my bag now.
I didn't realize that you had a bag on.
Well, maybe you should have used your eyes.
Do you have anything in your pockets?
No.
Don't dig for anything.
Follow this officer. Tonga, he's coming with you.
Y'all don't even want to know the hell I would be raising. Oh my God. Every officer on this scene would remember this day for the rest of their whole entire life and probably into the next one. Before they ever put their hands on another woman. Ever again. Oh no, you're going to have to get a female officer out here or every single one of y'all is getting sued tomorrow.
Are you okay with that, Jensen?
Yep. I just down with the bag.
Make yourself
That was your big one. That was your big moment.
Hold on.
Hey, I also have a picture.
I heard it was like males are lacking in testosterone epidemic out here, and I mean, it seems like it.
Okay, well, okay.
Perfect. Thank you for working with me on that. Okay, just gonna double lock this so it doesn't tighten up on you, okay?
He's choking.
Anything on you in your pockets or anything that's gonna poke, prick, stab, or hurt?
Nope.
Okay, let's go over here. Security.
I think this is the process server.
Good. Okay. Before you sit down, just face this way for me. I'm just gonna go over your pockets.
Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. I would be screaming and every neighbor would be coming out of their house at how loud I would be screaming, don't touch me, 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 don't touch me. Do not touch me, do not touch me, do not touch me. I do not like men touching me. I don't even shake men's hands. I don't even shake men's hands.
Okay, anything in your back pocket?
Oh, and now you're disrobing me? Oh my God. Y'all, he would have the worst night of his life.
Cool. Hey, you can have a seat right here. I'm just gonna put it.
Don't touch me.
I just don't want him to fall off and break.
I just don't want you to touch me.
Kind of you.
I will never be able to be on Reckless Ben's team. I will ruin the whole operation.
No. Oh, wait, maybe my keys.
Oh, Shelly said just get to the footage. Shelly, girl, I don't know if you know this or not. They got a whole channel. They got a whole channel over there. It's called Bam Sucks. It's on YouTube. I invite you to go over there and watch this by yourself because this is my channel for commentary. I don't know if you must have missed the memo. Just get to the footage. Bitch, you could go over there and get to the footage your damn self. Lazy, what, you don't have eyes? You can't watch it yourself? This is my channel. Anybody else got an issue? Shoot. Bye. Does he have a search warrant for this? No. No. He has a search warrant to look for Legos inside that basement and on Ben's person and in the black car. Why is he going through this random lady's purse? It's not within her reach. She cannot reach it. It is not creating any risk of danger because she is detained. This is an illegal search. Illegal.
Yeah, you're good. Put it in my backpack. Yeah, I'll put it in. You just got it like. I just barely bought those. So.
Yeah, I think so too. Thank you, at ETA Apollo for the $5 super chat. My opinion is the police purposefully obscure the body cams on their body, or they put them, or they wear them in a place on their body that will be obstructed when they carry their weapon in ready position. Yeah, because they don't want us to be able to see how they pull guns on people.
Cool.
Okay, this is a violation of her rights. Why are you going through her medical devices in her purse? You don't have a search warrant for that.
Need that at all? Good for.
Yeah, dumbass. It's her fucking inhaler. I'm sure she does need it so she doesn't die from asthma. That's what it is.
I may.
Okay.
Yeah, stress
The cat is the star of the video. Okay, look at that cat. Look at it.
situations kind of makes my breathing like.
I get you. If you need it.
Why is he going through her phone, trying to go through her phone? Illegal, unlawful.
You to tell me so I can get it for you, okay?
Okay.
Don't talk to me. Pig. And she's going to put it right in the sun. Inhalers ain't supposed to be in direct sunlight. Dumbass.
We gone over him, Tonga? Tonga. We gone over him?
He searched me. We can search me again.
Okay. I'm just
Covering.
You're gonna search these two?
okay.
I think Quinn searched.
They got my.
Stacy, for a
I
second.
think some bags in my pocket.
Please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in this side pocket.
Yeah, that's fine.
Same with you.
Cat's licking my hands.
You're not allergic, are you?
No, I'm good.
Can I fix that way?
Tonga, you good if I do the one in black?
Yep.
Okay, come with me.
Cool.
All right, I'm just gonna have you come over here.
Yeah, sure.
It's a little bright, so. Okay, face that way for me. Anything in your pockets gonna poke tricks ever?
I have
I
headphones.
think this guy's he's already been accosted and terrorized by these police when they accused him of being on drugs and drunk, and he's never drank or done drugs in his life.
Or a phone, wallet, keys, and that's it.
That's it? No needles, no knives?
No,
Cool.
I don't even know.
Any multiple pairs of pants?
No, just underwear and pants.
Just underwear and pants? Okay.
This
I'm gonna
is
pull your
just
phone
so
out, okay?
invasive.
And whatever else is in this pocket. Keys. Cool.
I don't see not one Lego.
Here. What's your name, bud?
My name's Tyler Shaw.
Tyler? You got an idea?
He's one of the ones on the GoFundMe too, with Sheldon.
Yeah, I do.
Cool.
It's the very last card right there.
This is
Wait,
so
no.
illegal.
The last one.
That one.
Yeah,
Okay,
that
cool.
one. Yeah. If it's about anything today, I was not here at all, or I wasn't
Okay.
in that neighborhood. So,
Gotcha.
yeah, I don't want to be a part of it anymore. No.
I don't.
You know,
I don't want to be a part of it anymore. Yeah, because he's been terrorized by these police. He's been unlawfully detained, unlawfully arrested against the law. Again, his rights have been violated. He's been terrorized. I wouldn't want to be a part of it either. And that's why we have laws to protect us, to protect our rights. No shit, he doesn't want to be a part of it anymore. They're trying to make it that way. They're trying to chill all of these people's speech. They're trying to terrorize them that they might die. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to say, you might die if you keep doing this, so stop. Don't look into what we're doing over here, and don't look into bricks and minifigs.
I know what's going on, but I have no idea. Camera batteries and stuff. Hey, you good if I pull his backpack? Okay, I'm just gonna pull your backpack off you.
Oh yeah,
That way it's like off.
Like, God forbid they thought of doing any of this beforehand. God forbid they just take the backpack off the kid's back before they cuff him.
Okay, I'm just gonna lift your arm up like this.
This
okay?
is so illegal.
Sorry, the backpack makes this a whole lot more difficult.
Oh yeah, I apologize
Then you should have took it off before you handcuffed him, stupid ass.
for keeping it on you when you guys
No, you're good.
put me in stuff.
Happens. That's why we deal with it.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, when I undo this, don't move.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have it?
Slide the backpack off and that's it?
Yep. We're gonna take it off one by one. Okay.
Yeah.
Come on. Whose cuffs are these? I don't like my key. There we go. I got it. You going on there? Cool. Cool. I'll get your ID in a minute. Yep.
PHA 47, code 4.
Okay. Just hold your wrist like that so it doesn't hurt. Okay. I'll grab your backpack in a minute. Come back over here.
And my ID fell out of your
Yeah, I
thing,
got it.
but-
I saw it fall. You can hang on for me, okay?
7236. 7228.
All this for some non-existent Legos, by the way.
That makes sense.
Ma'am. Do you have an ID with you?
Yes, it's in there in my wallet. It's in like a pink wallet.
Pink?
Yeah.
Oh, I see it.
Figure out what we're doing, and then
I'm just going to pull it out. Okay?
Okay.
some of you may end up getting released. We'll see what happens.
You have one in you? In your file? Okay. Where's his stuff? My stuff? All this file?
Sierra. Okay. Go by Sierra.
Yes.
Hi, kitty. That's a big kitty.
That is a big kitty.
It's like a basketball.
You ready? Don't have anyone yet, right?
Okay.
Double kitty.
We do have a double. Okay.
All your stuff in your hat.
Sean, I also have my phone over there.
Okay.
Yes.
I
Just getting
Sierra's
questioned,
ID.
or?
That's Sierra's bag, the green
And
one.
that one's mine.
I know.
That
The tan
backpack.
one's yours.
Yeah.
I got you.
By the way, the tag on it is because they forgot to take it off.
Yep, I'm going to. This is her bag. Lot.
Cool.
You can come around where that way works. Works for me. I'm just gonna hold on to your arm so you don't fall.
Yeah, no worries.
What? Yeah, I still have her ID. Okay.
They're just questioning us, or what?
Yeah, people, we aren't, but yeah.
Okay.
People will.
They're supposed to tell people why they're getting arrested, by the way. Why are they not saying you're under arrest for suspicion of blah, 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 blah? Thanks so much to Incognito for the $1.99. They're saying they entered using the doorbell. Thanks so much to Bill for the $1.40. How many people can tell the police who to arrest and SWAT? Their hostility from the start shows they were trying to cover up something big, some big skeletons. Why else would they have such an extreme reaction? I mean, I'm wondering, are these people employees or clients of Legally Mine at this point? Thanks so much to Quickity Split for the $4.99. Look up the major players on LinkedIn. Strange info for sure. Love watching you. I'll have to do that. Thank you so much to Incognito for the $4.99. Can Ben get past qualified immunity bullshit and go directly after the man behind the clown suits? That's up for the lawyers to figure out, but I hope he's able to get some type of justice, and I do think he does have a lawyer. Thank you so much for the $4.99. Thank you so much to Jameson for the $1.99. Remember Afro Man? Good times coming. I'ma have a good time, even though times are bad. So bad. Thank you, Dan, for the £5. Him using his phone shows that they didn't really fear any violent response. So all the weapons were unnecessary. Yeah, and it was a targeted. It was swatting. It was swatting for swatting's sake. It was to scare them. That's my opinion. Thank you so much for the $4.99 as well. None of them involved in this ever thought this would be exposed. They thought they would flex hard enough to end this. Seems like it. Thank you to Plark for the $1 super chat. Thank you to Big Crunch for the $4.99. Love your content. Might be worth going back to the great shot of his phone and going frame by frame. I kind of did. Thank you to Ultra Wide Gamer for the $2 Canadian. Emailed the females in police vehicles 1747X60AF8422. Okay, I'll check the email later. Thank you. Thank you, Bazinga, for... Oh, really? You can see her get out? The video on BAM sucks. So let me go there. The video on BAM sucks. Body cam part 2. That's the one we're... Wait, is that the one we're watching now? Okay, we're at 9 minutes 20 seconds. So let's go back. You can see the lady get out of the unmarked car at the beginning here, you're saying? That's not her. I'm telling you, this lady right here is not her. Because the one in the unmarked car had very, very blonde hair, like bleached blonde. So it's not her. Also, we saw her hand and her wrist, so I also doubt that it was her wearing this large sleeved hoodie. I am interested in who it is, though. Okay, this is a Chevy, not a Ford. That's not her. If you're trying to say that's her, that's not her. I don't see the lady getting out. Maybe do you have a timestamp? Anyway, okay, let's go back to where we were.
Yeah, I still have her ID.
Thank you for the $4.99.
Okay.
They're just questioning us or what?
Yeah, people, we aren't, but yeah.
We're just here to collect the target. Thank you so much to Kitty Soft for the $1.99, not the Habsburg jaw. I mean, that's what it looks like to me. Thank you, Aerospace. When do we start treating turning off or muting body cams like evidence tampering? I mean, I treat it like that myself now. I think that shouldn't even be allowed or possible. I don't even think there should be a mute button on a body cam. What the hell? Thank you for the $20. Thank you to Shorky Dog Mom Coffee Lover for the $1.99. Can Ben sue the police department? Yes. Oh, yes. Thank you to CMPNJ becoming a new member. Thank you to Chris Fox for becoming a new member. Thank you to Player Profit being a member for 2 months. Congratulations on 15,000 subs. Thank you. Thanks so much to Andrew Lapensy for the $2 Canadian because they know the homeowner has a Desert Eagle. I think it's a Pew Pew. Thanks so much to Shorky for becoming a new member. Thank you to Steeler Fan for the $9.99 super chat. Where are the women cops? That's what I want to know. Thanks so much to Dan for the £2 super chat. Don't they have to call a female officer to vet her? They don't have to. Well, it depends. I mean, by law, no. But if she requests one and they don't send a female officer, then it could create problems for them. It also depends, this is like department by department. So different departments have different rules. Thank you, Jennifer Lynn, for the 5 gifted live memberships. Thank you. Live show memberships. Thank you. If you got one, make sure you say thank you. Thank you, Savvy Turtle, for the $10. AFPD body cam footage and commentary is out there for the other active lawsuits and same officers doing the same thing and worse to their residents. One is of American Fork Police Department. American Fork Police Department is related to Josh's wife. Oh, that's true. Thank you for the $10. Thank you to Kevin Adams for the $14.99 Australian. I hope Ben's legal team is monitoring your stream. I mean, probably not. I mean, just to be fair, they have a lot of other stuff to do than listen to me yapping on for 5 hours a day. But I hope at least the important stuff makes it to him. Or they probably already know. I mean, hopefully he's able to get some really good lawyers. Oh, thank you for the $14.99. Or you're in contact with them. I am not. I am not in contact with them at all whatsoever. Have not been. Nobody's reached out to me, and I have not reached out to them. I don't even know who the lawyers are, if he even has any. I haven't reached out to him. I haven't reached out to any of these people at all whatsoever. They have not reached out to me at all whatsoever. At all in any way whatsoever. We have had absolutely no contact. Thank you for the $14.99. It would save him a heap of work watching daily from Australia, loving the web of lies. I mean, it just keeps webbing, huh? Thanks so much to Nebulous for gifting one membership. Thanks so much to Interfectaris for the $5 super chat. Did anyone find out who owns the Airbnb? The fact that he went into training with some of these guys is more suspect. Yeah, it's a public record actually who owns this home, and it's a trust, or it's a 50% owned by two trusts. And the trust appears to be for a man by the name of Ryan McKean, McKean Wells, Wells, and his apparently wife, from what it looks like to me, Wendy Wells. That's who owns it. The trusts that they, I think, own, or, you know, that they are the beneficiaries or trustees for. Thank you so much to Bryce for the $19.99. Just followed up on my case with the American Fork Police. They told me I had an open and closed case with the district attorney, I haven't even spoken to, and closed my case on the forged signatures as civil. Something is rotting in American Fork, for sure. Thanks so much to Wascal for the £2 super chat. Maybe she is the informer of the Airbnb. She could be, but I mean, that's not the hair I saw in that truck. Thank you, Dream Sigils, for gifting 5 live show memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you got one, make sure you say thank you to Dream. Thank you to Lazy Guy for the $2 super chat. Someone said the Airbnb was delisted. Yeah, somebody sent me the link for the Airbnb to take a look, and it doesn't show up anymore. It's like error not found. Thank you for the $2. And it should be. They shouldn't be renting out. They shouldn't be renting out an Airbnb, these people, because they are, in my opinion, from what I understand, violating the rules of Airbnb. Like, people have a reasonable expectation of privacy to not have their Airbnb owner sitting in the freaking cop's car down the street when it's not even marked, spying. Like, imagine you rented an Airbnb and the owner is spying on you down the street, giving cops your information and videos of you. That is fucked. That is so messed up, and I hope something like that happens to her one day. She deserves it. She deserves it because she's done it to someone else. From what it looks like to me. Perhaps that wasn't her. Perhaps that was somebody from OF or something in that cop's car. I mean, girl, I don't know. Thanks so much to Incognito for the $4.99 super chat. I bet Ben knows who was behind that Airbnb and is playing 4D chess. I think he's playing 6D. I think he knows so much more. I think he's like months ahead of these people, I believe. Okay, let's get back to this footage. Ugh, I'm so aggravated.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna go up.
Alright, so I'm gonna hold your arm just so you don't fall, okay?
Like, you give a shit if she falls.
Close that door. Richardson guys.
Two 2002?
Yes, sir.
Makes you how old?
23.
Okay.
Want another mic?
I was gonna put him in here with us. We're good. Can you go to this?
This cop?
Yep. This is our chariot. Okay, I've already gone through your pockets and everything. Hop it.
Okay. You have my backpack, right?
Yep.
Sounds good.
Okay. Alright, this is gonna be awkward.
This is my first time in a cop car.
Same. Okay.
I'm not sure. What you got done last time?
Oh, do this one. All the way over. Perfect. Back. Safe?
Yep.
Cool.
The evil jack-o'-lantern is not lost on me.
Okay, we're gonna make sure we're recording. Perfect. Hey, Gonzalez. Pop the trunk.
Okay, that's another cop's name, Gonzalez. Remember the Brady report thing was like, the American Fork Police Department is refusing to identify which cops were involved here. So now we have another name. We have Lofton. We have Hawkins. We have Tonga. We have Cockroach Richardson. We have now Gonzalez.
We'll just set this right here.
We have no Legos, by the way. Not a single, not one brick recovered.
Okay. Hop in.
Me personally, I would not have a voice left the next day. I would not have a voice left the next day.
Anything else? Nope, we're good. Okay, are we holding the cells and separating everybody, or what do you want?
The only one that needs to be separated is this one.
What about this kid?
Yeah, let's just do this. How many are there? 5.
We have 2 in our car.
So he's going for detectives. That leaves 4. We have 4 holding cells. Just separate all.
I think. Let me look at what day Sheldon was interrogated.
I was just talking.
Wow. Whoa. Look at this timeline. Same day, right? This is the footage we were watching just now. This is the body cam of the raid, the SWAT, the unconstitutional search. 1758, so like 5:58 is, this is all going on. 2 hours before is when they got Sheldon. Probably why he wasn't at the house.
Okay. On it, we're rolling.
And don't forget, they used this incident 2 hours prior to get the warrant. Even though it was like full of lies, they used that to get the warrant.
Okay, there's a lot of radio traffic going on. Okay, what I want you to do.
1082 times 5 at 1759.
Let me see what you said that we're going to be transporting everybody. Yeah, transporting everybody. American Fork. Okay. What I want you to do is hit your radio, say 5J80. I'll be transporting 2 82 males to the PD.
I'll be transporting 2 males, 1082.
You were supposed to say 282 males.
That's wrong.
Stupid.
Close enough.
Close enough, the other one said. Yeah, it wasn't.
I wish I could answer that for you, but I don't know.
Traffic, you're clear. 1080 or 1080?
I didn't see him buckle up at all.
1082. 1080 is the first hit.
Okay, yeah, I see.
1047, how far?
Okay, what I want you to do, I'm going to get down to the PD. You know where the Sally Port is? We're going to get pepper spray. We're going to pull into the Sally Port. We're going to go straight into the ordinance house from there. We're going to separate everybody.
They're going to spray him for what?
Okay? Yep. Come in from the south side. Because then you can just, if he goes in first, we'll just follow him in.
Hold on. I just want to see when Sheldon is getting, like, interrogated. Where's, like, his, like, interrogation stuff? It makes me sick, these people.
Do you have a charger and everything? Okay, cool.
One of them's fully charged.
The way that I do it, because I have one battery that will last a whole shift and one that doesn't. I usually swap back and forth. So one day I'll use one battery while the other one charges. I get home and I swap it in the morning before I eat. Right? So right before you're about to leave, throw your charged fresh one off the charger in your radio and then don't turn it on until you get to work. And then leave the other one to charge. Then vice versa. Because I should make it pretty close to a full shift. Like, we've been pretty busy today.
Yeah.
And we're at 6:01.
Oh, I forgot to see.
You're good. We're all on the same call. They should know what's going on.
Don't bless you. Curse you.
We're just going to have to work on stuff tomorrow. We're going to be here a little late. We're serving a warrant. I'll let you know when we're out of here.
An unconstitutional warrant. You forgot to mention that part.
Yep.
Ew.
Yep. 100 West. Remember when I told you 100 West, that's super straight up and down road? Yep. I'll watch for cars this side, you watch that side. I got a Subaru coming this way. Hold. And clear go, if you're good. Oh, maybe not. It's still clear on my side.
In Ben's second video, it shows Sheldon being interrogated at 4:19. Okay. I did text Long Island Audit. I did text him and said he needs to go audit these people.
Good. They've been assaulted.
Oh, that's a funny joke. He's making a funny joke that he's been assaulted by the clipboard that fell on him in the middle of doing this unconstitutional procedure. Got it.
Okay, remember north side of the beach? Because I want you to go through the side part. Unless they just said something otherwise.
Copy.
Never mind. Okay. Oops.
Sheldon's in the chat. Where? I don't see him. Kitty. Shout out to Sheldon, who's apparently in the chat. Oh my God, I'm traumatized just watching this. No, I didn't miss it. I talked about it. It was in the other video. It was in part 1, where they talked about hydro with the Desert Eagle. I'm like sick to my stomach. Thanks so much to Salt and Exile for the $5 super chat. Sheldon in the chat. I know y'all are seeing that, but I'm looking or saying that. I'm not seeing him. Where? Did you get trespassed? Hold on. Oh, there he is. It was night by the time he left. So, okay. Shout out to Sheldon in the chat. He's in here. And he was actually there well, he wasn't there because he was already being, in my opinion, unconstitutionally, illegally held and questioned at this time. But okay, so this is like, now we're at, what is this, like 6 o'clock p.m.? He said when he left, it was nighttime. As you can see outside, it's daytime at this time. So he was still like, they got them all, they rounded them all up on the same day. That idiot that put March 3rd on that search warrant makes me want, I can't even say it because they're going to say that I'm saying something I'm not supposed to be saying, but it makes me want to do that. Yeah, I mean, he was there, but he wasn't here at this, he was already being questioned unconstitutionally at the station or wherever.
131.
So, just go around on this outside. We're in a loop to the left by Lauren.
The demon pumpkin is not lost on me.
But you're going to want to pull up close enough to hit the scan pad with your ID on you, your badge, where you get in the doors and stuff. Okay. going to the left, it's going to be on your left. Does that make sense? So Adam can wait.
Adam can wait.
5J80 arrived at the meeting.
5J80.
Okay.
The snorting.
I don't know who's behind us. So just watch these boxes on the right. You should be able to get past them, but just pull far enough forward in case somebody comes in behind us. So
This is the Sally Port.
keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
It's where like if the cops do like pepper spray somebody or whatever, you bring them in here and you spray them off. Like you spray their eye, you like wash their eyes out and stuff. That's the Sally Port.
Going and good. Okay. You can turn your car off. Perfect. All right. You, maybe. It's backwards. Is it stuck? Well, that's awkward.
Oh, I'm handcuffed, so I can't really do anything.
This car, dude. Oh, shoot.
How's the shift been, by the way?
Busy.
These kids are so polite. Oh my God, bless their hearts. I mean, adults. He's 23, but like I'm 35, so to me they're kind of like kids. But yeah, they're grown ups. They are grown ups.
Yep.
Adults.
That's not good, is it?
No.
No. I'm so sorry.
I did plug the GoFundMe a couple times earlier, but yeah, just to remind y'all, the GoFundMe, I think I might have been the first donation on it. So I have donated. I wish I could donate more, but I have my own legal fund and I'm in $1 million of freaking legal bills up to my damn past my eyeballs, but I did still donate. And the legal fund is set up for Sheldon and Sierra and Tyler, who I think is this kid right here, this guy right here. Young man.
Okay, come on out.
Okay.
I also lived in Boston for 3 years and they call everybody a kid. This kid. So that kind of stuck.
This big metal door. Cool. Okay. Hit that door.
Freaking dope this.
Okay, we're gonna go into holding cells inside the next door.
I don't know if I finished my thought. I'm so aggravated. But the GoFundMe is also linked on his profile. So if you go to Sheldon Norcross, he's linked right there. See his name right there. If you go to his, oh man, if you go, I'm so aggravated. It really just like it works me up. It's like ever since I've been like a little kid, I've been the person that stands up to the bullies who are bullying the bully. I mean, who are bullying like the person getting bullied. Like I've always stood up to the bullies who are doing the bullying. And it's like something like innate in me where I just can't let it slide. It like really makes me very mad. It makes me very angry. And then I went to, law school to learn the law. And just to see the law enforcement officers just not even regarding what the law actually is, not even regarding the United States Constitution, which they took the number one thing they took an oath to uphold. It makes me so mad that I can't even finish my sentences. But hopefully there's justice, hopefully there's justice eventually. But if I didn't mention it, if you go to his profile, if you go to this profile right here and you go to his description box type of thing, it has two links. One's his Patreon and one is his officially sanctioned GoFundMe. I feel like I'm gonna cry. Like that's how like.
So, one of these can go in this big room. Your leg one. Purple shirt, go.
Look at that cockroach that lied all up and down the affidavit. Look at him. Been a cop all of 15 freaking minutes. Look at him. Look at him. Come over here. Belongs in a cage.
Take him back.
Look at him. Look at him. Pull your pants up, weirdo.
Cuffs. You go with him. I'll close the door. I'll let you sit here in the dark. Face that way for me. Okay. I'm gonna unhook these. Don't move. Don't do any funny business.
Or what? You're gonna blow my brains out? I mean, stop telling me what to do. The question I would be asking right at this moment is, what crime am I accused of committing? Why am I here? Why are you placing your hands on me? Why is my freedom restricted? I will not be answering any of your questions, but I have plenty of my own.
there for me.
No funny business. Like the funny business that they're doing right now, violating the United States Constitution, highest law of the land.
One more, maybe. Okay. Have a seat. There's
Exactly.
a toilet and water if you need it. Okay? I'm not sure.
How long am I going to be detained against my will, having my freedom restricted and unable to leave? When I feel like letting you out. There's no reasonable articulable suspicion that this guy did anything wrong. He was simply inside an Airbnb with the target. Remember, all of this was based on they need to go find stolen Legos. They didn't find any stolen Legos. They just arrested everybody and unlawfully searched and seized them and assaulted them by putting their hands on them, dislocating shoulders, false detention.
So if you need something, we'll work on it, okay? Still look ups?
I don't know, I'm just holding something out. I got one more 82 in there.
Okay, let's do it.
Right. Have you heard anyone being read their Miranda rights either? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be held against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be afforded to you, appointed to you, da-da-da-da-da-da. Do you understand your rights as they have been read to you? Where was that? I haven't heard nobody. I haven't heard a single soul utter those words.
I don't know who's still their settlers is. She good?
Yeah, secret cool for the guy at the door is cool. I thought she had a phone.
Hang on, I'm trying to print out that call. You got one more in your car?
They're arrested. It's not up for debate. American Fork Police Department can argue all the way up one side and down the other. The Supreme Court of the United States of America has already established and determined whenever you are in handcuffs in the back of a car, you don't even have to have actually been driven to the police station yet. They were arrested when they were in handcuffs in the back of the car and it was driving down the road. They were arrested. That's not up for debate. It's not up for debate. I mean, these idiots can say anything they want to. They could say the tooth fairy came to their house last night, too. That'll make it true. The first thing you got to ask, am I free to leave? This is not legal advice. But if you want to check and see if you're arrested or detained, the first question you got to ask, am I free to leave? If the answer is no, you are at the very minimum detained. Your rights have kicked in. More rights than if you're walking down the street, okay? If you are in handcuffs in the back of a police car and the police car is driving, you are under arrest, regardless if they admit it or not. That is how it works. Under the United States Constitution. The Supreme Court made those rules, not me.
Okay, here, I'll just hold the door. Yeah. You two want to grab them? Do we have one more coming?
1, 2, 3, 4. No, he's going to.
Oh, he went to the detective side.
Yeah.
Is that Neil? Do you start my bike? Do you say yup or not?
I'll bring it up though.
Ugh.
Good, I'm going to be working on my, I'm not driving at night.
It'll get chilly.
7J26.
A little bit.
Okay.
But I will bring it out, I won't run it for a little bit.
It makes me feel sick, like physically ill. I'm allergic to tyranny.
9J83, copy order violation.
I'm pretty sure 1083 means like someone's recording, like we're under surveillance. They're doing to us what we do to them with the cameras and the surveillance.
Looks like it'll be by phone.
Hello.
And
I'm
he
here.
has called twice now.
How's it going? I'm here. Well, you don't have to be. Look at this poor kid. I mean, young man. I don't mean to say it in like a demeaning way. I mean like, aw, like this isn't fair. This isn't right.
I'm
He has
here.
called twice now.
I'm
Keep waking
here.
up.
We have one more here, that's it?
Yeah, it's in the back. Unless you guys filled that one up.
Look at that precious angel. Poor thing.
No, okay. Ben is.
Not the cockroach, obviously. I'm talking about the kid, you know, the young man with that's being unlawfully detained and is under arrest for no reason.
If not, he's going in the detox room.
534, copy inbound.
The detox room for the crime of sitting inside a place where he had a reasonable expectation of privacy. Got it.
7, you can clear the impound out to 5J80.
Did you have watches or anything? Any of my nothing.
All right, we're going to release you from the cuffs, all right?
Okay. Cool. You have property in your car? Yes. We want to bring it in.
Yes.
We'll grab ours.
He's a minor? He really is a minor? Oh my gosh, he looks older than a minor. I mean, just like, I thought he was probably like the same age with Tyler, like 23, 20, you know, something like that. But he's like a child. This is an underaged person.
What is it, Sierra? Sierra. Yeah, with the green bag.
Look at him. Poor angel. Oh my God. I just want to go save them all and go back in the past and just get them out of there and fuss at these cops and get them fired and arrested. The cops.
You think so?
They're all just so sweet. Oh my God. It couldn't be me.
Y'all don't know each other. I don't know.
They would be kept up at night. These cops would be kept up at night just remembering that time that I cussed them out up one side and down the other. Oh my God. There's no way they would ever forget it.
The only one I know is
Child Abuse LLC.
It's Ben. He knows Ben.
Ben? Okay. I am.
So it's still daytime outside, so I'm assuming Sheldon is somewhere in here getting interrogated too.
Green as well. Let's grab property. We'll just make a stack.
Oh my God, that got my nerves bad. That got my cortisol going through the roof. I mean, I'm not even saying it's the worst I've ever seen, but it does really aggravate me. It makes me mad. It makes me angry. It's like a indignation. If I was their parents, oh, we'd be having a civil rights suit right now. Oh my God. That is just too much. How can they question a minor without their parent? They're not supposed to. They're waiting on direction from Ammon and Josh. And another thing too, from inside this police station is they had like this big, sorry, I know y'all are gonna cuss me out, but I think it's called a stormtrooper. Hold on. I'll tell you. It's got like the white, yeah. There's like a stormtrooper helmet inside this police station. I'm like, are they doing favors for Star Wars Legos memorabilia or something? Like, I mean, it is just speculation, and I do know Star Wars is a very popular, extremely popular franchise, but like the stormtrooper helmet in the American Fork Police Department was not lost on me. And the golden plunger, that too. Okay, so I definitely want to watch like more body cam and stuff like that, but there was some more other breaking news that happened overnight that I wanted to share with y'all, and it has to do with the case. It has to do with the case against Ben and Victor, Gwen, and the Does. Does 1 through 15, when it's like a RICO and the harassment, whatever, like BAM Franchising Incorporated and Baker Bricks and all them sued Ben. So there's been a filing in that case, and the filing has come from Crystal Gorman, who was the original kind of like franchise owner before, who got like evicted, and she has her own lawsuit going on. Kat Sear said, Sheldon, if you know, what TF was up with the golden plunger? Did Ben ever find out? Brico by Brico. Exactly. All right. So let me pull up that document that was filed by Crystal Gorman yesterday. Excuse me. It was filed by her lawyer. Sheldon said, yeah, that was crazy. I have no idea. He don't know, y'all. He don't know. Everybody's asking Sheldon all these questions. He don't even know. Okay. How would he know? But I understand asking him. He was there. He was in that police department. Let's see. I think it was that one. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let me pull up this filing. Oh my God, I'm still so mad about this stupid body camera footage. Oh, it makes me mad. Okay. This is a motion that Crystal Law and her husband, partner, Benjamin Gorman, they had filed on by their lawyer in the case. And they make some excellent points. Okay. Motion for limited intervention and request for expedited hearing. Now, I do want to just get one thing out of the way because it happens over and over in this document and it is a little bit confusing even to me. And I know y'all are going to have questions about it. And TLDR, I don't know the answer. It's about the date. What is the next date in this case? So, originally, the temporary restraining order hearing was supposed to be on June 22nd for this RICO case. The judge appears to have pushed it back to June 30th instead of the 22nd, so about a week later, 8 days later. I was operating under the assumption that the hearing was going to be on the 30th. I think Ben is also operating under that assumption based on the video he put out on his Patreon yesterday. But the TLDR, I really don't know. Because as you'll see in this filing we're about to read that was filed yesterday by Crystal Gorman's lawyer, they keep saying the 22nd, the 22nd, the 22nd. I thought it was supposed to be the 30th. It was originally the 22nd, but I thought it was supposed to be the 30th. So they're going to say 22nd, 22nd, 22nd. I don't know if that's still true, if they got the date wrong, if I got the date wrong, if there maybe is a hearing on the 22nd and the 30th. Really, truly, I don't know. So that keeps coming up. And I wanted to flag that. So this is a motion before Judge Tony Graff. Okay, so this is the judge who is on the Charlie Kirk case. This is the judge who is on this is the judge who is on Ammon and Matt's parents' divorce. And he is also on the civil restraining orders and the civil dispute between BAM Franchising Inc. and Reckless Ben. Judge Tony Graff Jr. He's on the Charlie Kirk case, by the way. So he's doing divorce proceedings. He's doing civil RICO and harassment and defamation proceedings. And he's also doing death penalty cases. I mean, the man wears a lot of hats, I'll say. Okay, so Crystal and her husband make a motion. They're moving for Judge Tony Graff to intervene here for the single purpose of being heard at or before the preliminary injunction hearing of June 22nd, 2026. Again, I don't know if that really is still going to be happening on June 22nd. I think it got moved. But this is a lawyer on the case, so maybe she knows more than me. Preliminary injunction hearing on the scope of any, and okay. So they're saying, look, we don't really submit to your jurisdiction, Your Honor, and all of that. Like, we really don't even think you have jurisdiction over us. But for the very extreme, limited purpose of you intervening and letting me talk, we're going to come and talk to you. But nothing else. We are not submitting to the jurisdiction of this court. We want the judge, Crystal and her husband, say to modify or dissolve the temporary restraining order that was entered on June 2nd to the extent that that order purports to apply to Crystal or her husband. We only want this special limited appearance. Crystal and her husband say, we do not submit to the jurisdiction of this court for any other purpose beside you telling us we're allowed to talk. Reserve all rights. So then they get into the introduction. Crystal and her husband are not defendants in this case. They are plaintiffs in a separate action. They're like, hey, Your Honor, we sued them in a totally different court. Had nothing to do with you. That would be Banff Salem 1 LLC versus BAM Franchising Inc. Case number 2602000029, pending in the Utah Business and Chancery Court. This arises from BAM Franchising Inc.'s termination of their Bricks and Minifigs franchise in Salem, Oregon. They have never been named, served, or joined in this case. Yet, you, Your Honor, entered a temporary restraining order earlier this month defining the scope of the central mandatory provision by direct reference to Crystal. How are you going to apply a gag order to somebody who's not even named in the case as a defendant or a plaintiff? Paragraph 5K commands of the temporary restraining order commands the removal of co-defendants' publications, okay, so the actual defendants in the case, that in, quote, in any way relate to the private legal dispute underlying this matter between Brian Mansell and Crystal Law. And remember, Crystal and her husband are the ones filing this, or their lawyer is. More significantly, Your Honor, paragraph 5 of that absolutely batshit temporary restraining order extends your orders beyond the named defendants to affiliates, co-conspirators, employees, contractors, agents, representatives, and anyone acting in concert with them directly or indirectly. That is very broad. That was one of the issues I had with the temporary restraining order. It's just too broad. It's completely unconstitutional. While the verified complaint names 15 Doe defendants. So it says like some people's names. It says Reckless Ben. It says Ben. It says Victor, Nguyen, and then it says Doe's 1 through 15. So they can reserve the right to basically fill those names in later. Crystal Law's lawyer says, okay, look, my clients received actual notice of the temporary restraining order. They therefore face an intolerable position. An order was entered ex parte, meaning without them having any opportunity to make their arguments at all whatsoever. In a case to which they are strangers, they have nothing to do with this case, they're not named in the case. And the terms of the temporary restraining order erase their speech concerning their own dispute from the public record. This is unconstitutional. Not only that, the temporary restraining order threatens to be enforced against them through concert, co-conspirator, and Doe language. And all of this happened without them ever receiving notice, service, joinder, bond, or any opportunity to be heard. Due process does not permit a court to adjudicate the rights of a known non-party by description rather than by joinder. So the lawyer is basically saying if they're not going to name Crystal Law's name in this case, the judge has absolutely no jurisdiction, no authority at all whatsoever to demand anything on the speech of the people who didn't get any notice. Their names aren't on the lawsuit. They weren't sued, meaning that their names are in the lawsuit, like Crystal Law, private dispute, whatever. Statement of facts. Oh, wait, hold on. Due process does not, you're violating due process, Your Honor. Crystal and her husband seek only the limited opportunity to be heard on the scope of relief before the temporary restraining order is converted into permanent preliminary injunction. Then they get into the statement of the facts. The parties in the order. Plaintiff BAM Franchising, Ammon McNeff, Matthew McNeff, Joshua Aaron Johnson, Brandon Thomas Best, and Baker Bricks, LLC. So I guess they're finally admitting this. Oh, shoot. This is the company. Hold on. That Sheldon and what's his name? Ben should have sued. Baker Bricks. Now, we did discover yesterday that Baker Bricks was actually inactive and just became active on the very same day that the lawsuit was filed and they wanted to be a plaintiff. So the parties, okay. BAM Franchising, Ammon McNeff, Matthew McNeff, Josh Johnson, Brandon Best, and Baker Bricks, commenced this action, brought it forward to the court, and moved ex parte, meaning without anybody on the other side being able to argue in their defense, for a temporary restraining order against Benjamin Paul Schneider, aka Reckless Ben. Also wanted a restraining order against Brian Mansell, okay, he's named too, I guess, Victor Nguyen, and Doe's 1 through 15. Now, y'all might be wondering, why didn't they just go ahead and name Crystal Law? Well, it's because if they would have named her, then Crystal would have told this judge, We already have a dispute going on before another judge, and they should have done the TRO in that case. But they didn't sue her here for that reason. That's my opinion. If they would have sued her on this one, it would have gotten removed, at least as to her and Gorman. So they're trying to restrict her speech in a different case, which is illegal, in my opinion. Okay. The judge granted the motion and entered the temporary restraining order on June 2nd, 2026. Okay, then they go to the scope of the restraint. The temporary restraining order restrains the named defendants. Who are the named defendants? Ben, Reckless Ben, LLC, Brian Mansell, Victor Nguyen. That's the only ones named. There are these Doe defendants, but they are, by virtue of the fact that they're being called John Jane Doe, they're not named. So the only named defendants are Reckless Ben, Reckless Ben, LLC, Ben himself, Brian Mansell, the one who got his Legos stolen, and Victor Nguyen. He's the one who was like pretending to be a viral streamer, and they did the Lego Queen skit, which was hilarious. I kind of felt like a little bit bad for the girl, but like it was funny. Okay, the scope of the restraint, the TRO restrains the named defendants, so Ben, Brian, Victor, including these unnamed does. Who even knows who that is? Also, affiliates, co-conspirators, employees, contractors, agents, and representatives, and anyone acting in concert with them, directly or indirectly, in person, remotely, or online, from 11 enumerated categories. Paragraph 5K is mandatory in the temporary restraining order. It requires that the publications and any other communications published by co-defendants be immediately removed or taken down from any online streaming platform or otherwise published that in any way may relate to the private legal dispute. Okay, this is so far beyond what this judge ever should have been allowed to do. He is high on power and might need a freaking brain scan. Okay, I've already made videos on the temporary restraining order, which I believe is absolutely unconstitutional. So this is like the second unconstitutional bullshit judge in this case. And he's the one on the Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson case. So it's like remove any video at all whatsoever that talks about this private legal dispute underlying this matter between Brian and Crystal. And that's why from the very first moment I started to cover this case and this restraining order was like pretty much entered pretty much like that day. I mean, by the time I came onto covering this case, I think the restraining order was already in place. And no, the judge who did this is not Griffin. The judge who did this is Graff. So, well, the judge is not squeaky clean. Oh, better be squeaky clean. Because, I mean, this right here is unconstitutional. But from the very first moment I covered this case, I started covering this case, I've said I'm not going to communicate with any of these people. Why? Because of this extremely unconstitutional speech chilling language that the judge allowed to be passed here. He could have crossed stuff out. He just adopted it wholesale. The publications and any communication published by Ben, Victor, Reckless Ben, Brian, about the private legal dispute underlying this matter between Brian Mansell, the guy who had his Legos stolen, and Crystal, and the assertions of wrongdoing as described in the complaint. I don't even think there is an underlying matter between Brian and Crystal. Not a legal matter, not a dispute. Crystal is Crystal law. The private legal dispute is the subject of the Crystal and Gorman, her and her husband's pending business and chancery court action. The court excused any bond, reciting that no security is required if it appears that none of the parties will incur or suffer costs, attorney's fees, or damages as the result of any wrongful order or injunction. The judge also in the TRO, the temporary restraining order, said that co-defendants will suffer no legitimate harm from being restrained? You mean like not being able to talk about a legal dispute? You mean not being able to talk about your dad's whole life savings Lego collection get stolen? That there's harm in not being able to talk. The Constitution says so. buddy. An evidentiary hearing is scheduled, and the temporary restraining order remains in effect until the court rules on that motion. Crystal Law and her husband are the plaintiffs in the Bricks and Minifigs Salem 1 LLC versus BAM Franchising Inc. case in the Business Chancery Court, and they allege that Bricks and Minifigs wrongfully terminated their franchise, seized their assets, and defamed them. They are not named as defendants in this action at all, and they have not been served. They have received actual notice of the TRO, which means they know about it, but they didn't get served legally, like the legal process of service. So then they get into their arguments. Rule 24A2 provides that, quote, on timely motion, the court must permit anyone to intervene who claims an interest relating to the property or transaction that is the subject of the action and is so situated that disposing of the action may, as a practical matter, impair or impede the movant's ability to protect her interest unless existing parties adequately represent that interest. The Utah Supreme Court allows for a 4-part test. The movant must show 4 things. Number 1, this would be what Crystal would have to show. The motion to intervene was timely. Number 2, that Crystal and her husband have an interest relating to the property or transaction, which is the subject of the action. Well, she definitely has an interest in the lawsuit that she filed. Number 3, that the disposition of the action may, as a practical matter, impair or impede its ability to protect its interest. So if the TRO stands, she is impaired or impeded in her lawsuit. I think yes. And number 4 of the 4-part test, that its interest is not adequately represented by existing parties. So is there someone else out there, a representative, an agent, a PR person who can handle this? She's saying no. Ben is also a victim of this false ex parte motion. I agree. She says, okay, then they get into their 4-part test. The motion is timely. That's number 1. Timeliness is determined under the facts and circumstances of each, so it's case specific. It should be viewed from the perspective of the intervener, which is the judge. A motion is generally timely if filed before the final settlement of all issues by parties. Yep, this hasn't been finally settled in the Crystal Law versus BAM case. The temporary restraining order was entered earlier this month, and there has actually been no preliminary injunction. There's been no permanent restraining order, or at least, throughout the course of this case. And the June 22nd hearing has not happened. Crystal and her husband move at the front end of the injunction analysis before any relief is fixed and before any party is prejudiced, so the motion is timely. Step 1, check. What about step 2 of 4? A movant, so in this case it's Crystal and her husband, don't have to prove an interest. The rule requires only that the movant, so Crystal, claim an interest relating to the property or transaction, which is the subject of the action. So does she claim to have an interest? Yes. Her interest, she said, couldn't be more directly related to the subject of this action, the temporary restraining order. Paragraph 5K of that restraining order defines the scope of the order's central mandatory provision. It expressly references Crystal Law by name. Their protected expression about their own franchise dispute. Okay, here we go. She's like, wait, excuse me, Your Honor, I have a First Amendment right to talk about the lawsuit I filed. And the public record of that dispute are the very things in the order commanded to be removed. So it's not only that she's saying, I should be able to talk, what the hell? She's saying, you ordered that all the videos be taken down of me telling my story. What are you doing? My name isn't even a defendant in this case. What in the hell are you actually doing? Violating her rights, for sure. The Law Gorman party's interest could not be more directly related to the subject of this action. The temporary restraining order defines the scope of the order, expressly referencing Crystal Law by name. Her protected expression, as well as her husband's First Amendment constitutionally protected speech about the dispute, it's pretty much, obviously a harm if the judge takes that away. How about the public record? You're violating our rights too to know what even damn happened. And the very things the order commands removed are things that Crystal has an interest in. So I think she does pass step 2 of the test. Let's go to 3. Any preliminary injunction, meaning like once the temporary restraining order turns to like permanent or more permanent to last throughout this lawsuit, as a practical matter would impair Crystal's ability to protect her interest. It would mandate removing content concerning her dispute. It would furnish the plaintiffs an instrument to assert that they are bound persons acting in concert with Ben. The injury is concrete and immediate. The judicial oversight is never an adequate substitute for intervention where a right to intervene exists. Okay, so I think she passes step 3 as well. Let's get to step 4. Does an existing party already adequately represent these interests? The burden on this element is minimal and is satisfied by a showing that representation may be inadequate. So they don't have to show it doesn't exist. They just have to show, okay, there's other people out here talking, but they're not me. No existing party represents Crystal and her husband's interest at all. The named defendants, which is like Ben, Victor, and Brian Mansell, they're differently situated online commentators. They are unserved, several have not appeared, and they have no incentive to protect the distinct interests of 3 strangers to this case, whose own franchise litigation the order incorporates by reference. Plaintiffs, of course, are adverse, so the element is met. And the alternative. The court should, so if you don't want to give us that, Your Honor, how about this? If you don't want to give us that, under Rule 24B, Rule 24B permits intervention by anyone who has a claim or defense that shares with the main action a common question of law or fact, subject to the court's consideration of whether the intervention will unduly delay or prejudice the adjudication of the original party's rights. The scope of the question that Crystal and her husband raise, which is whether an injunction may itself define by and operate against identified non-parties, the question that she raises shares common questions of law and fact with this motion. So this is just another way that, okay, Your Honor, if you don't want to intervene for that way, maybe, we might interest you in taking some action under this law. Crystal and Ben Gorman, I'm saying her husband, not to unidentify him or take away his own autonomy, but Ben is a name that's flying around in every direction here. So I think it's just easier to comprehend going through this by saying Crystal and her husband, but his name is also Benjamin Gorman. The Law Gorman parties do not seek to become defendants. We ain't trying to get named over here. We actually are asking for leave to file the accompanying motion to modify or dissolve the temporary restraining order and oppose entry of a more permanent one, which is a preliminary injunction. We also want to appear and be heard on June 22nd, the hearing on the scope of any injunctive relief. Courts routinely confine intervention to a discrete purpose. We assert no claim in this action, and we submit to no one. So we're not saying they're you don't have jurisdiction over us at all, but just so you know, we need to come in there and get our names up out of these people's mouths. This motion sets out the defense for which intervention is sought, as Rule 24C requires, that the temporary restraining order and any preliminary injunction may not, because of due process, the First Amendment, Article 1, Section 15 of the Utah Constitution, Rule 65A, all those things prohibit the judge from binding, restraining, or defining their scope by reference. You cannot mention somebody's name in a lawsuit and then all of a sudden their rights to speak go away. That's basically the full argument here, put in a very simplified way. Because the preliminary injunction hearing is set for June 22nd, again, I'm not sure if it's 22nd or 30th. I think it's the 30th, but they keep saying 22nd real confidently, so maybe it is. Because the preliminary injunction hearing is set for June 22nd, 2026, the Law Gorman parties request that the court consider this motion on an expedited basis, so they want it decided before the 22nd, which is less than a week from now. We also want to treat, okay, expedited basis, and to treat the accompanying motion to modify or dissolve the temporary restraining order as a conditional filing to be heard at or in advance of the June 22nd, 2026 hearing. So yeah, I mean, how are you going to restrict Crystal Law's speech and not even let her be heard? That's crazy. And not only restrict her speech in the future, but make people delete videos, make her delete video. Like, that's insane. This judge is on some, I mean, is he a crackhead? What in the hell is this judge doing? Thank you for the $2 super chat, Binky. I sent screenshots of Wendy and Ryan to your email. Thank you. I will take a look at those. Thank you to Sage for the $5. No one in Utah owns anything. They won't even go grocery shopping without setting up an LLC first. I'm starting to realize that is kind of what's going on here. Even the cops were like, gotta put your house in a trust. Shut up. They don't even know the law. They can't even enforce the law, and they're trying to give legal advice. Thank you, Zoom, for the $5. When the officer was talking Eagle deal with Airbnb person, owned the Airbnb they were at, busted by Airbnb known by this officer. Thank you to Chris Fox for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you to Cece for the $5. Making homemade ice cream. Yummy. Making homemade ice cream and enjoying the stream. If anyone is interested, I uploaded Brick by Brick song to YouTube. Great. Thanks so much to Interfectoris for the $5 super chat. Sheldon, did you set up your Patreon yet? I mean, there's a link on his page. Thanks so much to Kevin Adams for the $7.99 Australian. Is the entire American Fork Police Department shift on this raid? How many officers do they have? I think it's like 22 or something. I'm in Australia, and I know more about the U.S. Constitution than the American Fork Police Department. It sounds like it. Thanks so much to Decoy for the $5 super chat. Are you serious? This gotta be fake. E.T. Apollo said, just a reminder that police departments can actually disqualify you from being a cop if you score too high on an IQ test. Can't have too high IQ cops running around. These body cams are making more sense. I mean, is that true? That seems impossible. Thank you for the $5. Thank you to Dan for the £5 super chat. How should they know the Constitution? They had no training regarding civil rights, just SWAT training. Yeah, and hydro-eagling. Thanks so much to Bryce. Wow, thank you so much for the $99.99. Also sent you a message about reporting in Utah. Hope to hear back. This content is so needed more here in Utah. Thank you so much for the time you put in. I mean, I ain't trying to get arrested unlawfully. Thank you for that $99.99. Thank you. Thank you to Eric for the $4.99. What scares me is I feel like in 2 years, this won't matter. The officers involved are still going to have jobs and everyone's going to forget it happened. Yep. That's why we have to keep holding power accountable. We have to keep doing it. We have to keep looking for transparency and accountability. Oh my gosh, Bryce. Thank you. Wow. Thank you for the $199.99. Whoa, this content is popcorn fire and needed so much in Utah. It is so corrupt here. It seems like it. Thank you to View Garcon5 for the $2 super chat. Utah Rule 65B2, not to exceed 14 days. Right. And it was like a month. So I don't know. I can't wait to see what kind of legal loopholes and arguments that Ben and or his lawyers are going to make here. I think it's going to be quite the show. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Thank you to Interfectoris for the $5 super chat. Gotta go for now. I really hope anyone involved is sending all the details from these channels to their lawyers. Yeah. Thanks so much to Salt and Exile for the $5. It is true about the cops and IQ. It isn't the right profile. They don't stay on the job. I know from the inside. Oh my God. Okay. I want to look at that docket. Let's check out the docket for Ben's case and see if anything else has been filed. Has the judge approved that? Or not. Okay, I'm just finding the case number here. Okay. Seeing if anything else has happened. You know, we've been on here. I've been on here for a while. Okay, the case number is... There's no way. Absolutely no way. 90? Thanks so much to Christy for the 2222. Christy Perez. Hold the line. Millennia Diaspora. Hold the line. Ben simply activated all the aunties and uncles because not our babies. Exactly. I mean, Ben is like not that much younger than me. He's only like 30. I'm 35. But like, yeah, I see like especially the rest of the crew, like they're young. They're in their early 20s, like those little babies. To me, like, you know, like an auntie, like I'm the auntie. You know, I'm not saying like, oh, they're the babies, they should be disrespected. I'm saying that their rights should be protected. Their rights should be respected. Okay, let's look up this case number. 260-402-2353. Gotta pay every time to search. Wasted 20 cents. District and court. 260-402. Oh, it's this one. There went that 20 cents. There goes another one. I just want to see if anything else has been filed since that filing we just read together, or I just read to y'all. Looks like no. Nothing else new. Should we look up the other cases while we're at it? Let's look up his other two cases in Utah. The criminal ones. Let's see, 261 401 094. Okay, another 20 cents down the drain. Okay, now I'm just going to have to sit here and wait for the rest of my life or what? Okay. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, some stuff done happened over here. Breaking news update. We have some movement on one of the dockets. This is the state of Utah versus Benjamin Paul Schneider. Okay. There was some stuff updated yesterday. Request an order for electronic media coverage of court proceedings. Is this making law simple? Okay, let me pay my dollar here. News, ABC News. There, okay. Electronic media coverage of court proceedings will be happening. No. Let me get this off of this reader, because I'm gonna have to pay $1 for it again if I close out of it on accident. Hold on. Learn that lesson the hard way. Hold on. No, I don't want like that. Why won't this work? Hold on. Hold on. Oh, man. Okay, got it. All right. Sorry. Looks like it's going to be covered, or not covered, but like streamed live, or maybe just recorded. Maybe just recorded. I'm trying to get the documents here. Just give me a moment and I'll be able to let you know more breaking news updates about the new filings. It looks like it's ABC, the local ABC channel. Utah versus Ben. This is the state of Utah. So that would be the disorderly conduct after being asked to cease and criminal trespass notice against entry. Okay. Let's see what else was filed here in connection with it. Copy of video audio. Okay, this must be the video audio they were waiting for. Remember when Ben had a hearing already? And they continued it, like it got continued because the prosecutor was supposedly waiting for Ben to turn over some footage that he had taken and recorded of the cops. I think that has now been filed in the court. I'm going to show y'all what I am picking up here now because it keeps like charging me $1 every time I try to open it. So I'm just going to download it. I'm downloading it now. Or I have downloaded. I'm renaming it now. Okay. Let me pull this back up. Okay, so this is what we're looking at. This is for specifically only one case here. This is for the state of Utah versus Benjamin Paul Schneider, stalking and targeted residential picketing. Oh, I said the wrong two. Even though I have it on my little thing here, I said the wrong two. Okay, yes, so it's for targeting and residential picketing for offenses that supposedly happened on March 8th. So this would have been 3 days before that whole SWAT raid, that all that we just watched with the search warrant and all of that. And I scrolled down to the bottom. Now, the most recent movement we had here on my last coverage of this was this request for copy audio, account created, filed electronic fee payment. Okay, so that was that. Now, substitution of counsel, Christine Scott, I think that's just like a different prosecutor coming on the case. So like, who cares? I mean, whatever. Return of electronic notification. Okay, filed request and order for electronic media coverage of court proceedings. I will pull that document up. I did just download it. And this is the other one that I just downloaded. And both of this one was filed today. Copy of video audio record or record. Copy of video audio record completed. So copy completed, whatever that is. I did purchase this document. We'll take a look at it. So these two right here I just purchased and we're going to take a look at. For June 16th, 2026, it was yesterday this was filed, and then this one today. So let's start in turn in order. Filed yesterday, request and order for electronic media coverage of court proceedings. This is the criminal case. This is the criminal case. This is not the one that we're having this whole TRO, the 22nd, the 23rd, whatever, all that. This is not graft. This is the criminal case, the state of Utah versus Ben for stalking and targeted residential picketing. Okay. Pulling that up now. Let me just make sure I got these dates right. I definitely don't. I didn't put them in right at first. Okay, request for electronic media coverage is the 16th. Okay, yeah, I got it right. All right, so I'm pulling that up now. Here it is. Who filed it? Yeah, we're going to get into all that right now. It is only 1 page long. It is signed by the judge. The request was granted. Abigail Jones at the assignment desk. Media agency ABC4. The hearing, for this hearing specifically, is going to be on July 1st, 8:30 in the morning. She wants to have newspaper, TV newspaper video. I've read and understand the decorum order that has been issued in this case. The judge said the request is granted. The news reporter must share all photographs, video, and audio with other media organizations. Okay. So this is, I think this is like what's called a pool reporter. So she's allowed in here, but she has to share it. She can't be, oh, ABC exclusive. No, they have to share it with everybody else. And because there's a rule in place, she cannot have electronic media coverage of a juror or prospective juror. That's not going to be the case here because they're not doing jury selection at this stage. Electronic media coverage of a person who is a minor. That also shouldn't be the case. Electronic media coverage of exhibits or documents that are not in the official public record. So if something is deemed to be sealed or not for the public, she can't video broadcast that. No audio recording or transmission of the content of bench conferences. So you know when it's like a sidebar, no sidebar is allowed to be blasted out. And nothing confidential. So, I mean, that's good. That's good. That's great. So that should be out. Now, what is that hearing on the 1st? The hearing on the 1st, July 1st, I think is a WebEx conference, like a pre-trial. I think it's a pre-trial. She is a News 4 Utah reporter. So you can't get copyright claimed for having clips. Looks like no. So no mics on the lawyers and client. Yeah, probably not. But there'll probably be the mics like sitting on the table. Good. This needs to be broadcast for all to see. Well, here's the thing too. It's already a virtual hearing, a remote hearing. Let me show you what makes me say that. So it might be, she's just recording the Zoom screen. This is case number 261-401-094. So, what is this hearing? It is the second waiver hearing. What is a second waiver hearing? Let me look that up. Okay. In Utah, a second waiver hearing is a proceeding used to give the defense and prosecution more time to negotiate a plea bargain. During this time, the defendant evaluates the state's evidence to decide whether to give up a preliminary hearing in exchange for a plea deal. I extremely, extremely highly doubt. I'm not even a betting person. I don't bet. I don't gamble. But I might bet $1 Ben ain't about to plea. I don't think that's really his style. Usually the URL is actually really easy to figure out, but you can just call the court to get the URL if it's a public hearing. So, I mean, it does say, oh wait, I've been showing y'all the wrong thing. Hold on. It does say right here, WebEx second waiver hearing. This is what I was looking at. Now, this supposed second waiver hearing, and it's the same case as this one. It's just two different portals. This one also has a pretrial protective order. Like, he can't contact Josh or whatever. So there is like this temporary restraining order. But the temporary restraining order in that civil case, that RICO case, is like way, way stronger. So now I want to look and see on the second case. Let's look at the second case. Oh, wait. No. Let's look at the other thing that was filed. The notice of the audio video recording and all that. Oh, let me redact something. It is a public document, but I just will redact it anyway. Sorry, hold on. Ah. I'm going as fast as I can, y'all. I know. Okay. So what is this? This is the other. Just so y'all know, the only thing I redacted was Ben Schneider's email. I'm sure it's like a public email or whatever too, but oh, I didn't even do it on this one. Womp womp. Hold on. I'm trying here. We're live. Okay. State of Utah versus Benjamin Paul Schneider. Again, this is for the stalking and the residential targeted residential picketing. Targeted residential picketing. I'm an attorney. Okay. Request format. Email me a link where I can listen to the audio for the record. This is the quickest way to get the audio. Audio cannot be downloaded or shared. Email me an MP3 file attachment, $15 each day, or $15 half day. In addition to paying the costs and records, you might also have to pay for court staff time. So he, I guess, requested this on the 8th, and on the 16th, whoever AS is signed it. It was $25 paid. So he wants, this is interesting, because he's wanting, I guess he's requesting this be recorded. But the thing that I find interesting is audio cannot be downloaded or shared. Email me a link where I can listen to the audio, and email me an MP3 file attachment. $15, probably be $15. Well, looks like they might be looking for this hearing to last longer than half a day. Oh my God, this whole time I'm not even showing y'all the thing. I keep doing that. Sorry. Wow. Well, at least I'm glad I didn't show y'all his stuff. Here it is. Yeah, I had y'all on the wrong thing. Sorry, we're on 4 hours, 41 minutes here. My bad. This is what it is. This is what it looks like. It's one page. It's one page long. And it says, request for copy of audio recording. Who is requesting? Benjamin Paul Schneider. And he put his email address. He put the courtroom. The date of the hearing was from May 20th. So this is a hearing that already happened. So this was filed today in court of Ben himself requesting this recording of his hearing from the 8th earlier this month. Y'all can see it now, right? And he's saying, email me a link where I can listen to the audio, and also email me the MP3 file. This apparently was for the hearing that already happened. So I guess it was like, I don't know, $25 for whatever reason. Okay. So that was the other one. But this is what I was talking about. I didn't even show y'all. Email me a link where I can listen to the audio. This is the quickest way to get audio. Audio cannot be downloaded or shared. What the hell? I don't think he's about to. Is the audio from on the record? Well, what does that mean? For the record is what it says. Using for the record. I think that's just a software program website, like something like that. Now we did just now find out that some new things have been filed. We checked out Crystal Gorman and her husband's filing to try to get their rights restored from this crazy judge, Graff, who apparently wears every hat of every judge in the whole district. we just looked at the state of Utah versus Ben, and there was some new filings there. So there's one more case. Let's look up Provo City versus Benjamin Paul Schneider, and let's see if there's any new things filed there, shall we? This is going to be case number 2. So yeah, so that request that Ben just made was for a thing that already happened. The request that the news lady made was for the upcoming hearing. Hopefully that was clear. Okay, so Provo City, this one is 261-000376. We're just seeing if any new filings have been made. Yes, they have. Filed audio request. Another one. All right. Another one. Probably the same thing. It's the 3-minute long hearing. Okay, hold on. Let me download this and then I'll read it to y'all. And show it to y'all as well. So this is a different judge. This is Stephen Schreiner. Schreiner? Schreiber. Schreiner. Oh, great. We got Shriners. All right, on the scene. All right, hold on. 2026. This was filed yesterday. This is also a request for copy of audio recording. Pull that up now. Hold on, I just gotta do some redacting. I don't want to share someone's like number and stuff. This is public, but okay. So this one also is a request for a previous or like a prior hearing. It's just a request. Request for copy of audio hearing. Requester name, Christopher. And it was the WebEx arraignment courtroom from the May 14th, 2026. May 14th, 2026 hearing. Like 3 minutes long. I bet you this is the one we already heard about. Email me a link where I can listen to it. And that's it. Okay, so what happened on May 14th? Let's see. I think it might have been the guilty, not guilty. Again, this one says, you know, you can't share or download this. So I don't know if we'll end up seeing it. If you can play it in a browser, it is downloaded and can be saved. But does that mean like the law? What happened on May 14th? What type of hearing was it? Arraignment. It was his like, yeah, it was like where he pled not guilty that day. So, okay. So, I mean, we're caught up, which is a good thing, on everything that has been filed, at least the recent stuff. As you can see, on May 14th, there were quite a few things here. The arraignment and pretrial conference was scheduled, but then when June 8th came around for the pretrial conference, they had to continue it. So they rescheduled it for the 6th. That's the next That's the next thing here that's coming up on this case. This is Provo City. And this is for the supposed misdemeanors of disorderly conduct after being asked to cease and criminal trespass. So on May 14th, he was arraigned. That's where, how do you plea? He said not guilty. And this person, Christopher, is requesting the audio recordings from that. That was put in as of yesterday. And that's the most recent filing there. Right here. Yesterday. Today's the 17th. So this was filed yesterday. So maybe we'll be hearing some more stuff. Let me go to the other case and see. Pay another 20 cents. And see what. Let's see. I think it was the arraignment there too. Okay, let me see. Case number 2614 01. Wait. 94, yeah. Whew. I'm starting to see stars, y'all. All right, let's see. Just give me a second. I'm trying to ascertain. In the state of Utah versus Ben. May 20th. Okay, so they're looking for the May 20th recording of that hearing. So all of this is May 20th. Continuance waiver hearing. Okay. And they're saying that was okay, that was about a 10-minute long hearing from 11:03 to 11:13. That was about 10 minutes long, and that is the continuance waiver hearing. Whether or not he wanted to waive his right to a preliminary hearing and go straight to trial, or whether he wanted a preliminary hearing, I can assume or imagine, if I had to guess, which I'm just guessing, he's not going to waive a preliminary hearing. Because a preliminary hearing is where the state, the prosecution, whether it be the city or the state or the federal government, whoever it is, preliminary hearing is for, usually at the state level, for a judge to determine and decide, did these people even have enough evidence to move forward on this case? Now, sometimes sometimes defendants will waive that because a lot of times, they'll be being held in jail and they're like trying to get out of jail, or they're just trying to get it over with, or they're just trying to take a plea. So I would imagine they were maybe trying to twist Ben's arm, no pun intended, because they did dislocate his freaking shoulder over there in American Fork. But maybe they're trying to just make it hard for him or whatever. But yeah, so that hearing, I'm assuming he did not waive his right to a preliminary hearing. But we're going to find out, I guess, soon. I guess we're going to find out soon. Thanks so much to Salt in Exile for the $10 super chat. They also screen police recruits through mental health testing. Too healthy also won't stay on the job. My God. Oh my God, I rebuke. T is for temporary. Thank you, Bling and T, for the $2 super chat. Yes, T means temporary restraining order. Absolutely. Thank you so much to No You Cannot See My ID. Shout out to you for the $5 super chat. Thank you for downloading and explaining everything. I'm chipping in for the documents. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Prosecutor Christine Scott was a pro. Oh, good. Thank you, Chris Fox, for the $1.99. Prosecutor Christine Scott, who just tapped in, substituted to come be on Ben's case to prosecute him, used to be a Provo, Utah cop. She went to law school. Was it at BYU? Anyway, that is crazy to me. I don't know if y'all saw this, but yesterday I did put out a new video on my other channel. Has nothing to do with this at all whatsoever. BJ Investigates. If you want a little palate cleanse, take a look at my Lindsay Lohan video. I put it out just yesterday, 21 hours ago, why Lindsay Lohan fled the United States of America and went to Dubai. BJ investigates. Let me drop the link to that video here in the chat. Shout out to me for that video. Yeah, I have a lot more to think about now. After today, do make sure that you go subscribe to Sheldon's channel. Let me pull his channel up too. I'm thinking we can get him to 10,000 subscribers by this week. Let's see how we're doing here. 7.4. Okay. So, I mean, it's like basically 100 a day, but we're going to need to pick it up. Okay. We need to pick up the pace. Can we get Sheldon up to 10,000 by Friday? That is what I want. That is what I hope. If you go to his, I don't know if he's still in here. If you go to his channel, and this is all public information, you go to his description box. They have 2 links. There's his Patreon, which you can go and support. There's also his GoFundMe. It's at $3,000, but it's not only for him. It's for three of the young people we saw in the video, including Sheldon. Hi, everyone. Sheldon from the Lego video here. My friends Tyler, Sierra, and I are asking for your support as we prepare to pursue legal action arising from our encounter with the American Fork Police Department. After consulting with experienced civil rights counsel, it appears our rights were likely violated. I mean, if you're asking me, sitting over here in my house, from what I just saw on the body camera, your rights were violated. Absolutely. That's my opinion. I guess a jury will have to decide. A particular prominent civil rights attorney, oh my God, who is it? Is in the process of being retained. Litigation is expensive. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it is. Your contributions will help cover legal fees, court costs, expert witnesses. A lot of money goes to expert witnesses. You need somebody like this way and that way and all over the place to get these people. They charge like $3,000 a day or something. Sometimes like $1,000 an hour. Your contributions will help cover legal fees, court costs, expert witnesses, investigation expenses, document and record retrieval. As y'all know, the document costs and stuff like that adds up. Travel and other costs associated with pursuing accountability and protecting all of our rights. I really do think this is like all of our rights are at stake situation. All funds raised will be used to support these efforts and related expenses stemming from this incident. We appreciate everyone who has followed our story, shared encouragement, and offered support. If you are able to contribute, no matter the amount, it will help us continue moving forward. Thank you for standing with us brick by brick. I don't know why it makes me kind of emotional. Maybe I've just been on here too long today. But it makes me emotional to see, the abuse that these people had to endure, all because somebody's Legos got stolen and the thieves didn't want to give the Legos back. I mean, that's my opinion. That's how I see the situation based on publicly available documents. Okay, so I've been basically working for 12 straight hours. I gotta go. I got a headache. I'm hungry. I need to use the bathroom again. So I'm going. Okay, but thank y'all for hanging out today. Thank you so much for the super chats and all of that. And I'll be in the chats and I'll be in the, I'll be around. But I gotta go take a rest, y'all. My eyes are crossing at this point. Please don't contact anybody who I mentioned in this video. Please don't send hate to anybody mentioned in the video or any of my videos. That's not the purpose of that. My purpose is to express my concern on matters of public concern as a member of the public. Please also remember everyone is innocent until proven guilty. That includes the people we don't like. And what else? Facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. Love you, Mina K. Bye.